Hey there and welcome back to TubeGuji channel. Today I came with a new and one of the best React Native complete beginner friendly course. Okay, and in this particular course we are gonna develop a fully functional doctor appointment booking application, and it's completely we are developing from the scratch. Okay, so for that one we are gonna use React Native Expo, then Strapi, and lot of things we are going to learn in this particular course. Okay, so before doing any further delay, let's walk through the application and then we will talk about the technologies. So if you launch the application at the very first time, you will see this login page. Okay, the beautiful login page, and we are going to integrate the Google authentication inside this application. Okay, so if I click login with Google, then it will open the account, Gmail account. You can select the account, whatever the accounts you want, and then you can go from there. Okay, so if I select this account, and boom, I am in the home screen of this particular application. Okay, here you will see the name of the login user, then search bar, and here you will see the slider as well. Okay, where you can slide it easily, and all of this data we are getting from the Strapi backend. Okay, with the help of APIs. Then we have this list of categories and the premium hospitals and everything. Okay, let's go through the one of the category. If I click on dentist, you will see the beautiful loading option. Okay, and here boom, we will get the list of hospitals. Okay, this we are also learn how to design the application, how to apply the styling from the scratch. Then you can select any of these particular hospital, and then you will see this the details of the hospital along with the all the quick action buttons for you. Okay, you can call it, you can do the website, you can open the website, you can email it. Okay, also you will see this about section where you will see the details about the hospital. Okay, if you want to book the appointment for this particular user, just click on it, and then you will see the appointment details section. Okay, where you can select the date, whatever date you want. Okay, then you can select the time, and you can write special note. Okay, so for example, if I write special note like this, and let's click make appointment, and if you see the button is disabled and the appointment booked successfully, you get a beautiful toast message as well. Okay, now if I go back, and here you will see the doctors list as well. Okay, so we will learn this tab is custom tab, and we design our this tab our own. Okay, then if I go back, you can also open this particular hospitals from the home page. Okay, and we will also learn how to use existing component. Okay, to avoid rewrite the code multiple times. Okay, so the use of the existing component in our application workflow, I will teach you how to do that. Then in the explore section, if you see, right, we are using the existing component to display this particular section. Okay, in the about appointment section, you will see this list of appointments that I made just now. Okay, and you will see that along with the dates and everything. So guys, this complete application we are developing from the scratch, and if you are new on my channel, please do subscribe, and we will learn a lot of different things with a lot of new technologies. Okay, with the help of Clerk, we are gonna integrate a social authentication in the React Native application, and I'm damn sure you will not find this type of course anywhere on the YouTube or internet. Okay, so without doing any further delay, let's begin to develop the application. So in order to create the React Native project, we are going to use this Expo tool. Okay, which is one of the best build tool for the React Native application if you are the beginner. Okay, and if you don't know about the React Native, if you don't know about the Expo and how to use it, don't worry, I'm gonna teach you everything from the basic. Okay, so first of all, let's go to this expo.dev. Okay, and if you scroll down, it will show you how to create the project and everything. Okay, it has one of the best documentation available, and you can access anywhere. and this is completely free. Okay, so from developing the application to the deployment, you can do it with the help of this Expo. Okay, and if you scroll down, if you see, right, this is the command in order to create the Expo application. Don't worry, Expo is a build tool, okay, and not the language or technology. Okay, it's a build tool to develop the React Native application. So without doing any further delay, let's open the desired folder where you want to create the application and open the terminal in that particular folder. Okay, then let me increase the size, and here we'll create the project. So you can just type npx create expo app, and here you can give the application name. You can type latest, okay, and click enter. Now it will ask, do you want to proceed? Say yes, and then we have to give the application name. Okay, so in this case we'll give doctor appointment app. Okay, and click enter, and now it will take some few seconds or maybe a minute to create the application. So in that time, it will download some of the dependency which is required to start our application. Okay, so we'll wait for a few seconds, and if you see, our project is created. Okay, so let's close this window and open the VS Code. So open a new window. I will open new window. Okay, and open that particular folder where you already created this project. So let's go to this. Let me go to my project folder where I created and open that particular folder. Okay, like this. So yes, and now if you see on the left hand side, right here, you will see some of the file called assets, where we will keep all our images or fonts, whatever you want, right, which we are going to use in the application. So don't worry, I'm going to teach you how to use this one. Then we have the node module, which contains all the dependency, and we are not even touch this folder anytime. Okay, then we have this app.js, which is our starting point, our application. Okay, so once we run the application, you will get to know and how it works and everything. Then we have app.json. So this app.json is nothing but the all the application related configuration, like name of the application, the version of the application, okay, which include this Android package name and everything. And don't worry, we are gonna update this app.json file according to our requirement when we are going to build the APK file for our mobile app. Then we have this package log and package.json, where inside this package.json we have the name of this package. Okay, then we have this script to run the applications and the dependency which is installed for this particular app. So right now we have only 4 dependency which is installed, like Expo, the React Native, Expo title bar, which is the basic dependency. Okay, so that's all about the folder and file structure. Okay, now we will run the application. Now, in order to run the application, we are going to use Android emulator. And if you don't know how to start the emulator, how to use it, don't worry. So first of all, you have to download the Android Studio. Okay, so just go for the just search for the Android Studio, and from here you can download the Android Studio, depends on the your operating system. Okay, and here you have to click it. So it already include the SDK as well, so you don't need to install the SDK differently. Okay, once you install the Android Studio and once you open it, it will look like this. Okay, here if you see these 3 dots right here, you have to go to this SDK manager. Okay, and you have to make sure in the Android SDK section you have this Android API, one of the API use it's already installed. Okay, and you have to see the status of this one. Then in SDK tools, here you have to make sure that this particular Android SDK build tool, emulator, any platform tools are installed. And the next is the SDK updated site. Okay, so make sure everything is installed for you. Okay, if it's not installed, please select and install. Okay, then again go back to this one, and here you will see the virtual device manager. So click on that one, and here you can create a new device. So select the configuration according to your requirement. Okay, this is nothing but our emulator. Okay, so you have to select the configuration, click next, and select the operating system, means the version you want, and click next, and that's it. Okay, once your all the configuration is ready, your device will show it here. Okay, so right now I'm using this Pixel 7 Pro API 33, which is contain Android 13, and just click play. Okay, so mine is already playing, that's why it's showing the square symbol to stop it. Okay, and once you play it, it will look like this. Okay, so let me close everything from the back. Okay, and then it will look like this. This is your emulator. Okay, and this emulator we are going to use to run our application. Now once you set up everything, okay, then go back to our application. Let me decrease the size so you can see side by side. Okay, like this. I think this is good. Okay, and here inside, go to the terminal, click new terminal. Okay, and once you click the new terminal, the terminal will open here like this. Here you have to type npm start. Okay, and click enter. So if you see, now if you see right here, you can even scan this particular QR code in your iOS or Android app. Okay, it will install the Expo Go application. Okay, so you have to install Expo Go application inside your Android device. Okay, or maybe or in iOS device, and then you can directly access your application in your mobile directly. Okay, without emulator you can access it. But as we are going to use emulator, you have some option, right? Open Android, open iOS simulator, or something like this. So right now obviously we are going to use Android, so I will type A. Okay, and if you see, it's opening this emulator. Okay, so let me close this one first, and doctor appointment, right? So try to run it again, and if you see, it's building. Okay, the previous app was different, but if you see, it's building, 96% completed. And if you see, our app is running and it's showing open app.js to start working on your app. Now let's go to this app.js. Okay, let me close this terminal now for now, and this is your app.js. So inside this app.js, this is the view. Okay, view is nothing but the kind of div tag in the HTML. Okay, and view is nothing but the to display on the screen. And inside the view we have the text. Okay, and in the text tag it's written that open.js. So for example, if I try to edit this one, if I try to edit like subscribe to Tube Guruji. Okay, if you did not subscribe to my channel, please do subscribe and save it. See, as soon as I click save button or save it, it automatically reflects on our Android device. See, and it's showing the subscribe to Tube Guruji. Okay, this is a status bar. If you see at the top, right? If I remove this one and save it, it will look like this. Okay, so it's up to you how you want to handle. Okay, we will learn it once we start developing the application. And for this div, this is the style is applied. So each style has a flex, background color of white, alignment at the center. If I remove this alignment at the center and save it, it will show it at the top. Okay, and that's the reason if I remove this one, it will show whatever the exact the position, right? Means it will not cut or it will not go out of the area. Okay, so this is how it works. I will redo everything and save it. So right now it's showing like this. If I change color, for example, background to black, see, it's showing black. Okay, so I hope you understand how to run the application, how to set up the emulator in your device. Now if you are not able to set up the emulator, don't worry guys. As I told you, install the Expo Go app. Okay, so if I go here and download Expo Go app, okay, here you will see Expo Go application, and this is how it looks. So you can download it for the iOS device or the Android device. Okay, and here it looks like this. Let me show you on the emulator as well, because in emulator as well it install the Expo Go app, and this is how it looks. Okay, you can log in it if you don't have an account, or you can run it directly. And here is our application which is running right now. If I click on this one, obviously this app will open. Okay, similar UI you will see it on the Expo Go app on your actual device. Okay, so don't worry, even though your emulator is not running, you can run this application in your device with the help of this Expo Go app, which you can download it from the Google Play Store or App Store. Okay, perfect. Until this point, if you have any question, let me know in the comment section, and we have a lot of things to learn. That's the reason, please subscribe to my channel, press like button and join my channel, guys. So now we are going to create a login screen, and we are going to implement the Google authentication. Okay, so before that, let's design the login page, and then we will add the Google authentication. So inside the root folder, I will create a new folder called app. Okay, and inside this app we'll create a new folder called screens. Okay, where we will store all our main screens, and we'll create another folder inside the app called components. Okay, so now inside the screen folder, let's create a new file called login.asx. Okay, so if you see, right, I'm adding this letter start with the capital. Okay, the file name should be a capital letter, and you can give tsx, or right, you can use jx only. Okay, and now we want to add the default template. Now if you watch my previous video, I will in every video I told you to add some couple of extension. So first of all, let's go to the VS Code extension, and here we have two action called, one is the ES7 plus what is called React. Okay, let me decrease the size, React Redux. Okay, this is the first extension which help us to add the default template. So just click install. And if you are using Tailwind CSS, there is one more extension called Tailwind CSS IntelliSense. This is official from the tailwindcss.com. Install this extension as well. Okay, so okay, sorry, so let me decrease the size, and now we have this login page. So in order to add the default template, just type rnf, which is the React Native function component. Okay, and click enter, and if you see the magic, the default template is created. Okay, now it contains the view, and inside that we have the simple text called login. Now save everything. Nothing will change on the UI or on the device, right? Because we just created the page, but we did not attach to anything, right? Now go to the app.js and remove this code. Okay, so we'll remove all of this code and save it. Now we'll remove this alignment center as well. I don't want anymore for now. And inside this view, we will add the page which we created, which is the login. Okay, import this page. So make sure that is imported and save it now. And if you see, now the login is displaying on the screen. It means now login is our default page. Okay, later on we gonna add the navigation, but for now we are working on login, so we will default page, we will set it to login. Okay, so in app.js, as I told you, which is the starting point of our application, and we are showing the login. Okay, now let's remove this one, and we are gonna add the image first. Okay, so as I told you in the beginning, right, in the assets folder, so here is the assets folder, right? Inside that I added this images folder, where I added this application UI. Okay, this is the screenshot of the app which we are going to develop, but this is the image I'm going to use to design our login page. Okay, so I will remove this text from here, and I will add the image. Okay, so we have to add image. So if you see, right, this is the image we are adding from the React Native. Okay, image, then we have source. Okay, and inside source we have to give the source of this particular image. Okay, so you can import this image first, so app from, and here you have to give the path. Okay, so we have to give the path of this images, assets slash image slash app. Okay, like this, maybe app.png, I think we need to give, and here we need to set the app like this. Okay, and save it. Now if you see, it's showing on the screen, but we did not provide width and height. Okay, now we need to give the style here, right? There are a couple of ways we can give the styling. The first is giving the inline style. Okay, so you can just type style, and in double curly braces you have to apply style. So in this case we'll give width of maybe for now we'll give 300. Okay, and then height maybe 400. Okay, like this. We did not provide a pixel. Okay, we will just give the number and now save it. And if you see, we give a height and width, and this is how it looks. Okay, another way to giving styling is the external styling. Okay, this is called inline styling. Now in external styling, obviously we have to add the styling template, so we have to type rns, so it will be a React Native style, and this is the default template it get created. Okay, make sure once you add this, you have to add the style sheet, you have to import it. Okay, so it is importing from the React Native, and then we have to add the class. So we can give the class like image, we can say app image. Okay, and inside that we will give the width. So in this case we'll give width of 400, height of 700. Okay, save it. Obviously every time we have to give comma, and then now this style you have to apply it here. So we have to write style, and we have to refer the styles from the styles.app image like this. Okay, see, so I am in styles, we have this class name called app image, that is what is applied. And now save it, and if you see, this is how it looks. Okay, now they have a couple of options that object fit, and in object we have contain, cover, fill. Okay, so let's say contain, and see, this is how it look beautifully. Okay, now I will change some height to 700. Okay, maybe width to 300. I don't know how it change, but yeah, you have to make some changes and set the value, okay, according to your need. 500 like this. Okay, okay, next we need to add some bottom design. Okay, so what I will do, I will add the one view. As I told you, this view act as a div, you can act it as a div, and inside that I will add the text. Okay, so this text will be like your ultimate doctor. Okay, I will add another text, appointment booking app, appointment booking app. Okay, and save it, and see, this is how it looks. Now for this div I will give the style. So now you can give inline styling if you want. Okay, if you are not going to use this classes multiple times, you can give the inline styling. Okay, so I will say background color. Okay, and you can give the white. Okay, now you can save these colors in one different file. Okay, so what we can do, inside the app folder only, we create a new folder called shared. Okay, and inside the shell folder I will create a new file called colors.js. Okay, and here we will just default some value. Okay, export some value, export default, and we can add some for white. We can say hash fff. Okay, and now you can refer this value like here. Okay, so you have to say colors dot white. See how simple it is, right? So even though you want to change some theme, you can just change this file and it will reflect throughout the application. Okay, same thing you can do it from this for the string as well. Okay, we'll do it later on, but for now we'll keep as it is. Now I added this background color. Also I will add the padding. So we'll add padding of 5 and save it. We'll add more padding like this. Okay, now let's update this and give some styling to this one. So add style, and I will give the external styling for this one. So we'll say heading, and we'll say width, not width but font size, maybe 25. And now you can refer this one styles dot heading and see the magic. Okay, you can change the font to bold, font style or font weight to bold as well. Okay, like this. So it's 28. Same thing you can do it, you can apply the same styling to this style as well. Okay, like this. try to put this text align item to be in the center. Let's see how it looks. See, this will look beautiful. Okay, also if possible, let's try to put everything in center. So align item to be in the center like this. Okay, perfect. Now you can add more things. Okay, so for example, you can add buttons, you can add other things as well. Okay, for this styling app image, I will give margin top to 20, maybe 50. Okay, and I want to put this about this particular image. So for this I will add margin top to minus 30 like this. Okay, 50. Okay, and we can give the elevation of 2, so we get effect, something effect like this. Okay, but let's avoid this for now. We'll keep it like this only. Okay, now we'll add some other text. So we'll add some text like book appointment effortlessly, and this is how I added this all other components. Okay, so I added this small text which is saying book appointment effortlessly and so on, and inside the view I added this text to make it this button like structure. Okay, now for the width I give this dimension. Okay, so dimension dot get screen. So what it will do, it will get this screens properties, and from that one I'm fetching the width. Okay, I'm multiplying by 0.8, so I'm getting the proper width as I'm as much I want. Okay, if I remove this one and save it, this is how it looks. Okay, so that's why I'm multiplying by 0.8, and from this one we are getting the width. So it has a width screen and one more property called window. Okay, so this is how both are quite similar, little bit different, but I'm most of the time I'm using the screen. Okay, and at background I'm changing this color. I added this border to this image so it look like a phone. Okay, to this particular image styling. So it's up to you how you want to apply the styling, how you want to structurize and everything. Okay, now again one more thing, very important, right now we want to click this particular button. Okay, if this button right now is not clickable, okay, to make it clickable we have to convert this view into a touchable opacity. So we have one method called touchable opacity. Okay, and it has the touchable opacity, touchable highlights, a lot of things. Okay, you can go to the expo.dev documentation, and here you will find a lot of different things. So touchable opacity we are using most of the time when we user want to click some component. Okay, so this is how we implement. So right now if I save it, nothing will get updated. Okay, and this is also, if you see right now, it's purely clickable with this beautiful effect. Okay, now in order to add the make it clickable, right, what I will do, here we have one method called on press. Okay, and if you see, you are getting a lot of different property called on press in and out and so on. We are going to use on press. Inside the curly braces you have to give function call, and here you can just console for now, we'll say clicked. Okay, and save it. Now let me show you on the console. Now if I click on this one, see the log is saying click. See, click. Okay, it means our button click is working as expected. Okay, perfect. So guys, this is the UI and it's purely React Native styling and everything. Okay, if you are interested using Tailwind CSS, let me know. We can create a new course as well, or we can integrate the Tailwind CSS in this particular course as well, as we started developing this application. Okay, also if you have any question, let me know in the comment section anytime. And now in the next section, what we are going to do, we are going to integrate authentication for this button. Okay, with the help of Clerk. Yes, you heard right, you will not find anywhere in the internet to integrate the Google authentication with the help of Clerk without doing any configuration from the cloud, Google Cloud. Okay, so stay tuned, subscribe to channel, and let's see you in next section. So in order to add the authentication in our application, we are going to use Clerk. Okay, and with the help of Clerk and Expo, we are going to add our Google authentication in our application. So first of all, let's go to the clerk.com, and if you go right, this is completely free, so don't worry. Okay, and here you can create a new account, and then after creating new account, just go to this dashboard. Once you are in the dashboard, you can create a new application. Okay, so I already have one, so I will use existing one. Okay, and once you open this application, on the home page you will find this publisher key. Okay, which is we need it for our application. Also, if you go to this user and authentication section inside the social connection, here you can enable the connection or whatever the connection you want. Okay, right now we want Google, Facebook, I enable that one. Okay, and that's all. This is our first step. Next, just type on Google Clerk Expo authentication like this. Okay, and here you will find the first link. Okay, to integrate the authentication in the React Native Expo, and just click explore the docs. Okay, so these are some of the steps we need to follow. Okay, so we will do one by one. So first of all, we need to install the Clerk Expo. Okay, so this dependency we need to install. So copy this dependency, go to your application, and here just paste it. Okay, after that, once you install this one, okay, you need to set the environment, but we'll skip this one. Okay, for now, but because we are going to use directly this particular API key. Okay, but later on you can obviously you need to add that in an environment variable. Okay, then if you scroll down here, this is how you need to wrap our view inside this Clerk provider. Okay, inside the app.js or whatever tsx file. Okay, so what I will do, I will copy this Clerk provider. Okay, and then let's go back to our application, and if you see right now we are showing this login page. Okay, so right now we will replace everything, so I will replace this view and paste it here like this. Okay, and as I told you, we need to copy this API key, right, which is in the dashboard. Okay, right now we will, for this example, we will directly paste it in our application. Okay, so I will copy this one, let's copy it, and then let's paste it here like this. Okay, that's all, and save it. Now if you see, nothing will get changed. Okay, so right now if you got the error like Clerk provider does not exist, obviously you need to import this one. Okay, we will import it from the clerk/clerk-expo. Okay, and save it, and let's see what's error. Okay, we need to add the save area view as well, so let's add that one and save it. And if you see, the hello world is showing at the top. Okay, for now what I will do, I will add the align item to be in the center and justify content to be in the center like this, and save it, so it will be in the center. Okay, next, if you go back to our application, this documentation, right, and you scroll down here, you need to add sign in and sign out what is the component. Okay, which control whether if you not sign in, on what content you need to show on the UI, and if you sign in, what content you need to show. Okay, so what I will do, I will copy this line of code between this save area view. Okay, and then just paste it. So I will remove this hello world, paste it here like this, and save it. And now if you see, we got the error that it's saying the sign in does not exist. Obviously what you have to do, you have to import this sign in and as well as this sign out as well. Okay, and if you see, the sign in and sign out is importing from the Clerk Expo, and save it now. And if you see right now we did not sign in to any application, right, or any social authentication, so that's the reason it's showing on message like you are sign out. Okay, so this message is showing because this is the sign out block. Okay, once you sign in, it will show this sign in. Okay, right now I save it. Okay, next, if you scroll down, right, it's saying the build sign up page. Now we don't want to build any sign up page or sign in page because we are going to use social authentication. So if you see uh, on the right hand side, right, this is called auth login, right? Click on that auth login and you will jump on this particular step. Okay, so in this step what it's saying, we need to add this line of code, okay, inside the hook folder. Okay, so what I will do, let's create a hooks folder. Okay, and we'll create the file name like this. So let's go back to our application, and at the root directory I will create a new folder called hooks, and inside the hook folder we create a file called warmup browser.tsx. You can add jsx as well, doesn't make a difference. Okay, and then copy this code. Okay, so just click copy and paste it here and save it. Obviously it will not affect anything on your application for now. Okay, then you have to create a new folder which we already have called components, and inside that we'll create this particular file called signinauth.tsx. Okay, so copy this one, this file name. You can give whatever file name you want. Okay, but for the simplicity purpose I am using the same file name. Okay, and inside that you can copy this all of this code as it is. Okay, we'll modify later on, but you can copy it as it is for now. Now if you see, you got the error, right? So what I will do, I will remove this import statement and just do control space. Okay, in the Windows you have to do alt space and enter, so that it will import the particular import statement and save it. Now if you go back, right, still no effect because we added this component but we did not import this component in our app.js. Okay, so if you scroll down, now inside this sign out, right, we will add this sign in auth per component. So let's go back here inside the app.js, add this, remove this sign out and paste it here like this, and make sure to import it. Obviously what I will do, I will keep everything same. So what I will do, I will rename this to js only. Okay, and make sure to import this component and save it. Now if you see on the right hand side, we got this button. Okay, now if you scroll down, make sure nothing is left. Okay, until this point you have to follow this step. Okay, now let's go back in our application and click on sign in with Google. So if I click it, see, it's redirect to the browser, so inbuilt browser inside your application only. Okay, and it open, giving the choice to select the account. So if I click on this account, okay, and see, now it's changed the text to you are sign in and button is gone. Okay, it means you are sign in now. Okay, so this is how it works. Now obviously you can sign out from the application. Okay, so in order to signing out, right, if you go see on the right hand side here, you will see this section called signing out. Okay, and this is the, what will say, step to sign it out, right? So what you have to do, you have to just call this sign out, that's all. Okay, so copy this one. What we'll do, I will add the one button. Okay, so when user is sign in, okay, I will add this home page which I created. Okay, and save it. If you see, the home is showing now. Inside this home page I will show you a couple of things. Okay, so first of all, let's add the use auth and user loaded and sign out. Okay, and here we'll add the button. So add the button, and inside button give title, sorry, title called sign out and save it. Okay, so it's saying use auth does not exist. Obviously you have to make sure to import. Okay, so import it and save it. Now sign out button is there. So on press of the sign out button, we have to call sign out. Okay, so make sure on the documentation this is how they call the sign out. Okay, so add the sign out here and save it. And if you go back, right, obviously we are directly calling sign out. Okay, that's why it's sign out, it's signing out. But let's try it now. Okay, so this is the arrow function you won't need to, otherwise it will execute infinite time if you just calling like this. Okay, now let me sign in and click Google Play, and if you see, the sign out button is showing now. Okay, if I click on sign out, see, it changes to sign in again. Okay, so we successfully integrated the sign in functionality with the help of social authentication called Google. Now next we need to add this in our login page. Okay, so it's quite easy. Go to the login page first, and this particular button will remove from here, so I will remove it, and we will add in sign in authentication because this is simple button, right? We will add it here, and obviously we will add on press to this our custom button, and I will remove this button now. Okay, and let's save this one. Okay, so it's saying touchable opacity not imported. Let's import it and save it. And what else? Something is missing. We have to add the colors and everything, so adds colors. Then we have to add dimensions as well. Save it. Something is not right. Okay, wait, let me check. Okay, this one maybe not. I don't know what the issue is. Let's undo. Okay, maybe copy this again. So I will copy this, cut and paste. I think the copy is something wrong. So I forgot to import this touchable opacity, so I added it. Okay, so make sure all these uh, component is get added, okay, in the import statement. Okay, now if you save it, right, this is how your button look like. Okay, now let's go back to the login, remove this button from here, and import this sign in auth button. Okay, and save it. Okay, obviously inside the app.js you need to replace this sign in with auth with the login. Okay, so login component, and save it now. And if you see, our button is showing along with this all the functionality. Let's click on this one, and if you see, the button is jumping to the particular screen. Okay, perfect. So it means it's working perfectly fine. If you have any question, any doubt, let me know in the comment section. Okay, and this is how easily we can integrate the social authentication in our application with the help of Clerk and Expo. Okay, and I will put this link of this documentation in the description so you can access it. Also, I will provide my source code link in the description. You can access it for free. And if you want to join my channel or want a one-to-one session, let me know. You can also chat me or you can DM me on my Instagram channel anytime. Okay, and let's move to the next section now. So now we are going to integrate or implement the tab navigations. Okay, so on Google just search for this reactnavigation.org and you will find this website. Okay, this is one of the best navigation library for the React Native application. And yes, Expo also have the Expo router library where you can implement the navigation for that one, but I prefer React Navigation because it's easy to use and it has a lot of functionalities. Okay, so let's go to the read docs. Okay, and this is the getting started. Okay, so here we have to implement some of the few dependencies. Okay, so first of all we have to implement this React Navigation slash native. Okay, so copy this one, go to your project folder. Okay, and inside here we will paste it. Okay, like this. Okay, let me next scroll down, and then we have to install this dependency. Okay, make sure this dependency is for Expo only. Okay, so just copy this one and paste it here like this. Okay, then if you scroll down, and that's all, nothing we need to integrate. Okay, now we are going to implement two type of navigation. One is a stack navigation. Stack navigation basically use you want to jump from one page to other page. And another is tab navigation. The tab navigation used to if you see the bottom, at the bottom we have a different tab, right? So for that one we are going to use tab navigation. So on this left hand side, right, the navigator, go here and click navigator and you will see the stack navigation. Okay, so click on this one and this is how it works. See, if you click on any of this button, you jump to the new page. Okay, so let's copy this command to install the tab navigation. So I will copy this one and then go back to our application, paste it here. Okay, then we have to install this gesture handler as well. Okay, for the animations, add that one as well. And another one, we are going to install this bottom tab navigation. Okay, so this is how bottom tab navigation look like. See, okay, so for that one also you have to install this dependency. Perfect. And now we are almost ready to go. Okay, now you can anytime you can go to this documentation and it will help you how to integrate this navigation. Okay, now let's go back our application, and here we have to create a new folder inside the app folder. Okay, so what you can do, inside the app folder we create a new folder called navigations. Okay, and inside this navigations folder, I think let me rename this one, rename it to navigations. Okay, and inside that we'll create a folder called we'll create a new file called tab navigation.js. Okay, perfect. Now on this one, right, we will add the default template. So add React Native function and this default template is ready. Okay, here you have to define constant tab and it will create a reference. So just write create bottom tab navigator. Okay, and this will importing from this navigation, and this is the reference for the tab. Now what we will do, we will implement tab, okay, dot navigator. Okay, and inside that we have to define the screens. So tab dot screens like this. Okay, now how it depends on you how many screen you want to display. Okay, and these are the nothing but the tabs. So for example, we can say you can give the name for the screen, so we can call it as a home, the first one, and the component, which component do you want to attach. Okay, so in this case we have the screens, in that we have a home and login, right? So for this home we'll attach the home component. Okay, like this, and save it. Now we'll create a couple of more screens. So I will create a one screen called profile.js. I will add the default template for that one, and then we'll create another one called appointment.js. Okay, and React Native function for that one. Okay, now let's add these two more screens. So first I will add the appointment, and the component which you want to attach is appointment, and another is profile and the component is profile. Okay, and save it. Now your tab navigator is ready. Now let's import it in our screen. Okay, so let's open the app side by side. Right now you will not see anything. Right now let's go back to our app.js, and here if you see, right, in this sign in, which right now we are showing just a home component. Okay, here we will add the navigation container. See this one. Okay, and inside this navigation container we are going to add our tab navigator. So we can call as tab navigation like this. Okay, so this navigation whatever we define in this navigation container, that it help us to navigate from different screens. Okay, and inside that I'm showing the tab navigation. This navigation will only work when you do this sign in. That's the reason we added inside this sign in tag. Okay, and save it now. Now once you save it, if you see on the right hand side, right, we got this home screen because this is our first screen, right? And then we have this tab, right? See home. If I click on appointment, okay, see the appointment screen is coming. If I click on profile, the profile screen is coming. Okay, so this is how we implemented the tab. Now let's, if you see that the icon is not properly defined, right, and I also don't want this header. Okay, so what we can do, inside the tab screen, right, you can, this tab screen has some option as well. Okay, but to remove this header, but in tab navigator as well, you have option called screens option. Okay, and inside that, if I type header, right, you will see a bunch of property it provide. So in this case we want to disable the header, so we can write header shown to be false, and as soon as save it, see, the header is gone, and this header is not visible to any of this component. Okay, if you want for some of the component, then you have to define for the screen level, but I want to remove for all this tabs. That's the reason I provide at the tab navigator level. Okay, so next, now we want to add the icons. Okay, so this tab navigation provide the options like this. Okay, inside this option, it has also, I have an option called tab bar, oh sorry, tab bar icon. See, okay, and this tab bar icon has property called color, and then it has property called size. Okay, and then in arrow function, here we need to define the icon. So in this case, what we will do, if I go here, right, just icon, just type expo icon like this. Okay, expo icon FYI, and this link you will get it. So here you will find a different types of bunch of icon, right? If I search home, you will see the home icon. Okay, so right now I like to use this ioni icon, so I click on this one, and these two things you have to import. First you have to import the statement, okay, because you are using the ioni icons, and save it. And next you have to use this the icon which you want to use. So this is the home icon, right? So if you see ioni icon, name is home, the size and color. So what I will do, I will paste it here like this. Okay, I will update this size, so I will change size to this size, and the color is the this system default color, and save it. Now if I go back up to our application, see, the home screen is showing, right? And if I change it, see, it changed the color as well beautifully, right? Perfect. Now do it for all the icons. So right now I will just copy this option and paste it for remaining two screen. Okay, and we'll change this one. So for appointment, I will add the calendar kind of icon, right? Calendar, see, calendar is coming. Let's find the ioni icon. See this one, right? So click on this one, and I have the word calendar only, so just copy this one and replace this like this. Okay, and see, the calendar is showing now. And the last is user. I don't know, I don't see any icon. Now you can have filter as well. If you want only ioni icon, just click on this one, profile, man, face, I don't know. It has a, okay, well, let's add different icon. Okay, just let me show you how it works. Okay, so if I click on the user, you will see bunch of type of user, right? So let's select this one. Okay, so what you have to do, click on this one. Obviously this is different icon than ioni icon, so copy this import statement and import that first. Okay, and then import this font awesome as well. Okay, the icon, and I will change this one now and replace this color like this, and this is the size. Okay, and save it. And now if you see our application, see, all the three icons are ready. And if I click on this one, it's not showing here, but on the back right it's showing appointment. Now if you want to hide this status bar, right, what you have to do, go to the app.js, and inside this after this safe area, you can just add a status bar, say hidden, that's all, and save it. Okay, and now if you see, the status bar is hidden now, and you can able to see your text as well beautifully. Okay, perfect. Now our tab navigation is completely ready. Next we are gonna start implementing the home screen. Okay, so let's see you in next section. So now let's implement the header first in the home screen. Okay, so what I will do, inside the component folder we'll create a new folder called home, and all the sub component or child component for the home screen we will keep in the home folder. Okay, this help us to organize our application much in a simple way. Okay, so inside the home folder we create a new file called header.js. Okay, and add the default template. Now once we add this template, save it and make sure to go into the home.js and add this template here. So for this I will comment this sign out button for now, and here we'll add the header. Okay, and if I save it, you'll see the header is showing. Let me comment out this home page or remove this home page. Okay, perfect. Now what I will do, I will add some styling to this, and we'll give padding of 20. Okay, like this, and we'll give some margin top to 25. Okay, maybe 20. Okay, next inside the header.js let's implement the header section. So first of all, here we need to get the user's information. Okay, because we already log into the application and we need to fetch the user information. So for that one we have to type constant is loaded. Okay, so these are we are destructuring the hook. Okay, it's sign in and then last user. Okay, and the hook is use user. This hook, if you see, it's importing from the Clerk Expo. Okay, so this is how we can destructure is, and what we can do if uh, is this particular user is not loaded. Okay, or the user is not login. Okay, or we can say not sign in, and sign in is much more meaningful. Then we'll return null. Okay, like this. And if I save it, if you see, nothing will happen because our user is already login, and it means user will also get loaded. Okay, now if you want to get the user name, you can just type user. This user is coming from the here dot full name. Okay, you have the first name and lot of property will find it. So in this case we want full name, so full name, and save it. And if you see, the username is gameplay. Okay, perfect. Next let's show the user profile image. Okay, so I added the view tag. Inside the view tag I will add the image tag. Okay, now inside the image we need to provide the source. Okay, and in this case we are showing the image from the URL, so we have to mention the URI. Okay, oops, and here we have to provide the URL. So in this case you can say user dot image URL. Okay, this will return the URL for the profile pic. Now if I save it, nothing will display on the screen, because whenever you are showing the image from the URL, you have to provide the width and height. So let's add the width in style. So let's say width of 45, then height 45, and save it. And if you see, the user profile pic is showing. Let's make the corner rounded, so border radius I will give 99. Okay, and that's all, and save it. You will see circular profile image. Okay, here. Next we already add this gameplay, so what I will do, I will add view here. Okay, and I will remove this, I will paste it here, and I will add one more text. It will say hello. Okay, and I want to add emoji, hello emoji. Okay, so we'll add this emoji as well. I will just copy this text and paste it here. Okay, and let's give some style to this full name. So let's give some style. I'll say font size to be 18 and font weight to be bold, like this. Okay, let's bring in one line and save it. And if you see, it look like this. Now bring in one line. So what we can do for this particular div, because this div is wrapping the image and this particular content, right? So for this div we can say display as a flex. Okay, and by default when you display as a flex, the direction is the column, right? So we have to say flex direction to be row. Okay, bring this, sorry, let me bring this down like this. Now if I save it, see, it is in the one line. Now give some gap, so I will give gap of 4. Okay, and maybe more, like this. Okay, and make it align item to be in the center, like this. Perfect. See, our header section is almost ready. Okay, now on the right hand side I will put something. So what I will do, I will put the icon. So let's go to our icon expo, and here I will find the notification icon. Let's say notification, and let's copy something. So I will copy this notification outline. So copy this, paste it here, the import statement, and this icon. So we'll paste it after this div. Okay, so we just add this notification, the size and color. So if I save it, so this icon look like this. Obviously for this style we have to give style. Let's say display flex direction need to be a column. Then we have to say item to be in the center, align item to be in the center, and save it. Oh, sorry. So we have to write row actually, like this. Okay, and we want to this icon to be on the right hand side. So right, so what we can say, justify content, just space between, like this. Okay, we'll increase the size to 30. Yeah, that much better. Okay, and also we only give the item align center. Okay, perfect, that's all. Okay, now this header section is almost ready and it's completed. Okay, you can add whatever you want, the styling and everything, but the header is ready. Okay, now let's add the search bar as well. So inside this home folder we'll create a new file called search.js. okay, we can say search bar, add the default template and save it. Let's go to the home.js and make sure to add search bar. Okay, and save it, and see the search bar is showing on the screen. For this style, let's give some style, add some margin from the top and add margin 15, like this. Okay, and now let's add a view. Okay, now for search bar we want user need need to have a capability to enter the some value, right? So for that one we need input. So React Native provide one tag called text input. See, and it's importing from the React Native, oh sorry, the React Native handler. Okay, interesting. Maybe not this one, let me remove this one. Okay, so it's supposed to import from the React Native. See, okay, perfect. And let's add the placeholder for that one. So we can say search and save it, and see search is showing. Okay, if I click on this one, right, see the as well I click, I got this keyboard as well. Okay, perfect. Now I also add the search icon here, so I will just search it here. Sorry, search. Okay, add icon again. So copy this one. Sorry, I need to copy paste it this icon here and make the copy this import statement as well. and paste it here. Okay, and see the icon is showing. Let's bring everything in one line. So let's add the style. Here we can say display flex, then flex direction to be row, and give gap of 5 and save it. And this is how it looks. Okay, also make align item to be in the center, so it will be vertically center, okay, to each other. See, then let's add some border. So add border width of 0.6, and we need to add a color actually. Okay, so what I will do, let's go to the color picker. I want gray color. Okay, so I will pick this gray color, copy this color code, and we already have file called colors. Okay, I don't know whether we have or not. Navigation screen. So in assets we have this file called shared, right? And inside that inside that we have color.js, and here I will add the gray color. Okay, like this, save it. Now you can use this gray color for border. So let's say border color, and we can access it from the colors dot gray and save it. Okay, let's see how it looks. See, now let me increase some size 7. Okay, now let's give some padding. So I will add padding of 10. Okay, and 8, and make corner rounded. So border radius has to be 8, like this. Perfect. Okay, I'll want to change the icons color, so you can change to our primary application color. So let's colors dot primary and save it, and it will look like this. Perfect. Okay, so our search is ready. Now let's add the event for the search, right? So when you just type it, right, you want to get the user's input data. So there is a one method called on change text. Okay, and what it will do, it will return the value. Okay, and let's console that value. So I will write value. Okay, and save it. Now observe the console here. Okay, if I type something, see, it's getting typed. Okay, also we have to make sure the input. Okay, so this input has a width, the full width. So let's add the style for that one, and just mark width. And when you're marking percent, you have to give in a quote. Okay, like this. Perfect. You can type it from here as well. See, and as soon as you type, it's printing for each keyboard key press event. Okay, now we have to save this value in some state. Okay, so we have to define state, and if you don't know about the state, so state is kind of variable, okay, which hold the value, and one is to set the value. So in this case we can say search input. Okay, and this will hold the value, and another is search input, which use to set the value. And use state is a React hook. Okay, inbuilt React hook, which used to store the value. Okay, now save this one, and instead of console I will set search input. As soon as you set the search input, the value will be stored in the search input. Okay, now if you see, right, we don't have button. Okay, so what you can do, on the keyboard, right, on the keyboard only, if I click open the keyboard, right, here if I click this mark, right, the event should occur. So for that one we have method called on submit editing. Okay, and on submit editing, what we will do, let's console the input value. So I will say search input. Okay, and if I click here and type doctor. Okay, right now if you see console, nothing is displaying on this console, right, the doctor is not showing. But as soon as you click on this correct check mark, see the doctor is printing on screen. Okay, now what we have to do, we have to send this value back to the our parent component, which is our uh, home component. Okay, so where is our screens? Okay, here we have to send it back. So it's very easy. Okay, you have to write in method like set search text. Okay, and we pass this value. Now this particular set search text method, we have to write it like this. Okay, so this is the props which are passing back to our parent child. Okay, so React automatically detect whether you are passing the data to this parent to child or child to parent. So now we set the value, and in home we have to accept it here inside this component. Okay, like this. So we paste it here, and then we have the value, and let's console this value, console.log, let's say value. Okay, and let's say doctor 2.0. Okay, and if I click tick mark, so it's saying set search is not a function. Okay, so set search. Okay, let's check whether we save this search bar. We save this search bar, and set search text, we save this one. Let's try it now, and you see the doctor 2.0 is printing. Okay, if you type something else, it's printing. See, okay, our search bar functionality is also ready. Okay, just we need to attach to our actual logic. Okay, but the functional wise means user can type it, user can submit, and we are sending the user in search input text back to the parent child as well. Okay, so guys, until this point, if you have any question, any doubt, let me know in the comment section. Okay, because we are a lot of things we are going to learn in this particular course. We are just started implementing this actual UI for the application. Okay, and we are a lot to go. And if you did not subscribe to my channel, please do subscribe and join my channel, so that anytime if you have any doubt, any questions, you can DM me on my Instagram channel if you join my channel. Okay, and yeah, see you in the next section. Font. Okay, so for our application, we are going to add a custom Google font. Okay, so first of all, let's search, go to the Google font. Okay, and here you will find a bunch of different font. Okay, you can choose whatever you want. I'm going to choose this outfit form. Okay, so this one, and just say download family, and then it will download the zip file. Open this zip file, and inside this zip file, right, if I open this zip file, let me uh, so inside this statics we have this different type of font. Okay, and now you can choose font you want to add. So in this case I will add the bold one, then I will select, sorry, I will select the regular one, semi bold, and the light. Okay, copy this font and go back to your application. Here we have this folder called assets, right, where we are going to store images and all other things. Here you can create a new folder called fonts. Okay, open this folder in the Finder or Explorer, and inside that paste all this font which you copied like this. Okay, perfect. Now we have the font ready. Now how to import it? So for that one, Expo provide one library called Expo font. Okay, go to this Expo font, and here you will find this particular dependency which we need to install. Okay, so copy this dependency in your VS Code inside a terminal, paste it like this. Okay, and then if you see, this is how we can use this font. Okay, so just copy this line of code. Okay, so once you install this dependency, copy this line of code go back to our application, and in order to use throughout the application, right, the particular font family, you would need to go to this app.js, okay, and here paste this copied line of code. Make sure to import this use font hook, okay. So once you import this library, you need to import it. If you're not able to give the suggestion, you can just copy paste it from here like this, okay, and add it here. Now inside here you can give the font name whatever you want. So in this case I will give app font, okay, and this will be a regular font. And here you have to give the assets, the path of the font, right? So in this case is assets, fonts, and the name of the font, okay. So the name of the font is, if I go here, right, I will, you have to write like outfit dash regular dot ttf along with the extension, okay, and save it. Now let's test this out, this font, particular font, okay. Before that we have to make sure if font is loaded or not. So we have to write fonts loaded is not, means if it's false, then we have to return null, okay, and save it. Now open the application side by side, and now first of all let's go to our header, okay. So inside the app components, home, and header, let's try to apply this font to this hello world, okay. So we'll apply to this hello world. So add the style, let's add the font family, and we will add this font called app font and save it. And if you see, the changes immediately, okay. Now if I try to apply this font family called app font, sorry, like this, and save it, see, it's not affected because we also added the weight, okay. But along with the weight and family is not matching, that's the reason it's not working properly, okay. So for that one, we already have different font like font regular, font bold, semi bold kind of thing, right? All this font you have to import it here. So what I will do, I will paste it, okay, and I will say app font bold. Here we can call semi, and here we have to write, let me check the name, the bold only, okay. So here we can write bold, here we will write semi bold, okay, and save it. Now let's go back to the header and remove this font weight because the font is already has bold, right? And here now we can say bold and save it, and if you see, it's changed, okay. Same thing, we can go to this search bar as well, and I don't know, for we'll see font weight will be a font, okay. And placeholder font, I don't know whether placeholder has a font or not, but yeah, we'll added this font for the font weight for this app font, okay, perfect. If I try to type something, this font will be applicable to that one, okay, perfect, save. So I hope you understand how to apply the font in our application, okay. You have to make sure that you will use this hook called use font. You have to add the font which you want to use it, okay, along with these files, and then you can use the font anywhere, okay, like the we use in the HTML CSS, okay, perfect. We are going to add the slider in our application, okay, and for that one we are going to learn how to display the list inside our application. So first of all, inside the component folder, we will create a new folder, a new file inside the home folder called slider. So let's say slider.js like this, okay. And add the default template. So I will add the React Native function, and this is default template we added, okay. Make sure now to add this template inside the home.js screen, okay. So it will be displayed on the screen. So we'll add it here, slider, okay, and make sure to import it. And if I save it, say the slider name is displaying on the screen. Now let's go back to the slider, and here let's add some style. So what we'll do, we'll give some margin from the top. So I'll give margin top to 10 like this. Okay, now let's add the list. Okay, for now we are hard coding the list of sliders, but after that we are going to set up the Strapi, and then we will use the API in order to fetch the slider. Okay, and this slider list we are going to display on the screen. Okay, so obviously it's a list of object, okay, in the JSON format, and then we have to iterate the slider list. So for that one, inside this view, we'll remove this text. I'm going to use a flat list. Okay, if you want to learn more about the flat list, you can go to the Expo website, and in that documentation we'll learn about the flat list. Okay, and it's very quite easy to use, and it provides a lot of different properties. Okay, so first of all, in this flat list you have to make sure that it is imported, okay, inside this React Native package. And inside the flat list we have to add a couple of things. First, we have to provide the data. What is the data which you want to show it on the screen? So in this case you have to write data is equal to, and our data is a slider list. Okay, then we have to render the items, right? Rendering mean to display the item, right? So we have to write render item. Inside that we have to give the item, you can say slider. Okay, and we say we can add also index. Okay, so index nothing but a 0 1 2 3 kind of thing, and then the arrow function like this. Okay, make sure in the arrow function you will not add the curly braces, it's a circle brackets. Okay, and inside that just we can write image, okay, because we want to display image, then the source, okay, and in the tag. Now inside the source, obviously we are going to show from the URL. That's the reason I get URI, and the URL you can access it like slider.image URL like this. Okay, obviously it will not display anything because we need to provide the height and width. So I will use width. Okay, now I want the full screen. Okay, the width need to be a full screen, so I can write dimensions dot get will get the screen's dimension, and we'll case in width. Okay, and I will just multiply by 0.9. Okay, like this, and after that we'll give the height as well. Let me bring this down. So height, and we'll give height maybe 170. Okay, like this. And if I save it, okay, so we got the error that cannot read property slider.image URL. Okay, so let me check. Let me remove this one. Let's say item for now. Sometimes it takes, sometimes not. Okay, and we provide the slider list. Okay, perfect. And if you see, it's coming. I don't know the issue. Let's say slider. Yeah, some issue with the slider, you cannot mention slider. Okay, we'll say item only. Okay, and if you see, we got this image showing on the screen. Okay, right now we have two slider, I mean two image, and that's the reason it's showing two image. Okay, but obviously we want to convert it into slider, we want to scroll it horizontally, right? So for that one, flat list provide various different properties. Okay, so first of all, if you want to make it horizontal, you can just mark horizontal and provide the value true. By default it false, that's the reason it's showing vertically. And if I save it, and if you see, now if I scroll, second slider is showing on the screen now. Okay, perfect. Now for this image, I will make the rounded corner to be rounded. So just say border radius to be 10. Okay, like this. And if you see, you can also give some margin. Let's say margin to 2. Okay, perfect. See, we give the margin of 2 like this. Okay, now if you see, right, it's showing this scroll bar, and if you don't want this scroll bar, you can hide that scroll bar as well. For that one, you can just say horizontal, show horizontal scroll bar indicator, and here you can mark it as a false. Okay, and if you see, now you don't have that anymore, this particular horizontal slider. Okay, and this is successfully we implemented this slider. Okay, so this is how easily you can use the flat list. Now throughout the application we are gonna use flat list multiple times, okay? And each screen we can use different property for the flat list, so that you will learn a lot of things, because flat list is one of the important topic while developing this application, React Native application. Okay. In the next section, what we are going to do, we are going to set up the Strapi, so that we can set up our data on the Strapi backend, and then with the help of API we're gonna fetch it and display the data. Okay, so first thing we will set up the Strapi, and then we'll use the Strapi API to fetch the slider. Okay, so if you did not subscribe to my channel, please do subscribe, and we'll see you in the next section. Integrate and set up the Strapi for our backend. Okay, and with the help of the Strapi, same as we will create our API, we will store our all the content, the data and everything. Okay, also we are gonna use MySql as our database for the Strapi. You can use anything you want. Okay, it has an option called MySql, SQLite, as Postgres. Okay, and if you don't have MySql server, you will go on the internet and you will find a free MySql database as well. Okay, also we are gonna deploy this Strapi on the server at the end of this course. Also we are gonna use this render in order to deploy our application. Also this render is completely free, and if you see the pricing, right, it's completely free. It also includes the Postgres SQL, so you can use this free Postgres SQL for your Strapi. In order to create the Strapi project, right, this is the command you have to run it in your terminal. So I will just copy this command, go to your desired folder where you want to create this Strapi. Okay, so I will open this in terminal, and let me increase the size and just paste it here like this. Okay, and just change the name whatever you want. So I will give Dr. Appointment Admin. Okay, and enter it. Now it will give you the two options. The first is the quick start, okay, and the second is custom. If you don't want to use any custom database or anything, right, you can go with the quick start. Don't worry if you don't have MySql. Okay, but right now I'm using MySql, and don't worry, it doesn't make any difference in the API or in the structure of the Strapi, anything, right? Just for my convenience I'm using MySql, and then click enter. Now it will ask you the language. We'll go with the JavaScript, and here is the three different type of database you can select it from. So you have SQLite, Postgres and MySql. So I will select MySql, and here we need to give the database name. With I'm using MySql on a Hostinger. Okay, so the link is in the description. You can create a Hostinger account, and you will get a 20% discount if you use the link in the description. So this is my database. So I will copy this database name, and inside terminal I will paste it here. Then the host, right, so in this case the host is this one. Okay, so I will just paste it here. The port is, I will keep as it is. Okay, so if you can check if you have any port or not defined here, but most of the time it will be a default port. Okay, so click enter. Then you have to give the username. So this is the username. Okay, oops, sorry, I'll paste it here. And the last is password. Okay, so then it's a database password, and it's saying do you want to enable SSL connection. I will say no for now, and then it will take some time to create or set up the Strapi. Okay, so in meantime let me explain. Okay, so here from the Hostinger you can create a database. Okay, and you have to make sure on the left hand side if you see right here we have this, sorry, so here you have this remote MySql, right? Click on this one and you have to give the any host option. Okay, so it will be accessible through any IP address, and you have to select database to create it. Okay, and guys, as I say, use this link and so that you can create a hostage account, and it's very cheap. Okay, And if you don't want to pay, as I say, you can use renders Postgres SQL, or you can go with any free MySql on the server. Okay, so our project get created. And you can just run with the npm run develop, and there are some command to run it. But right now what we will do, we will go into this project, we will open this project in the vs terminal. So let's close this one, and here I will open new window in vs code, and here you can say open, and go to the in our Strapi backends, and I will select the project and click open. So this will open the our Strapi backend. So if you see, here are some of the files, and you don't need to know all of these files. We have database configuration here, then we have public folder, we have all this information. So don't worry, just ignore this thing for now. In order to run this Strapi, right, you have to just type npm run develop in order to run the application in development mode. When you are working locally, make sure you have to run that application in development mode, so that you can make modification, you can create a collection and everything. And if you see, our app is get created and is open on the port 1337. So first, at very first time, you will see this page. This is sign up page for our admin. So here I will add the name, so I will add the tube Guruji G YouTube. Then I will add the email address, so I have the email address. Then I will add the password, and let's get started. So if you see, once we started, right, we launch on the admin panel, and here is the some of the step in order to create the content type and lot of things. This is just get starting. Now on the left hand side, you will see the content manager, where we will add our data. The content type builder is useful to create a new content. We will see in some moment. Then we have this media library, where we are going to store our all the images. Then you can add some plugins. There is some marketplace where you add some extension. Right now, in order to store our all the images, right, we are going to use Cloudinary. If you see, right, we can use the Facebook, we can use the AWS as well, AWS S3 bucket to store our data. So if you go to the provider, see, it's showing. So there are a lot of things is already there. You just need to install this plugin and you are good to go. And on the setting, you will find a lot of different things. Don't worry, we will see all the required things which we need for our application. And we will set up the Strapi. So very first time, we need to set up the media library. We want to connect this media library to the Cloudinary, so that we can store our all the images, video, or anything on that one. And then we'll create our first content for the slider, so that we can add the slider and we will create an API from it. Now in the marketplace, search for the Cloudinary. And as I say, we are using it to store our images, and then this will connect to the Strapi. So what you have to do, just click on more. And here you will find some step to integrate it. Before that, you have to go to this cloudinary.com, and don't worry, it's completely free to use. Until 1 GB of data is completely free to store. And just click sign up for free. So you can create a new account. Once you create the account, just log into this particular Cloudinary, and you will see this the getting started method. Go to the dashboard, and here you will find the environment variable key. And if you see, it's for every month you will get some free credit. So every month you can store up to 1 GB of images, 2 GB of data, and other 1 GB. You can also share with your friends, and then you will also earn the credits. So don't worry, for the small business or for small startups in small scale of application, this is completely useful. Now just copy this command. So I will install this command, copy it. Let's go to your Cloudinary and paste it here like this. Then if you scroll down, you just need to follow the step. Okay, inside this plugin.js, we have to add this upload code. So I will copy this code, and inside the plugin.js, right, we have to add the plugin.js. If you see, we don't have that um, file, right, plugins.js. So first of all, let's add that one, plugins.js. Okay, so obviously we need to add actually complete code. I will copy all of this code and paste it here. Okay, like this, and save it. Now if you see, right, we need to add this environment name, key and secret key inside the environment file. Okay, so what you have to do, let's go to .env, and here we will add our all this information. So let's copy this cloudinary name, then cloudinary key, sorry, and then this cloudinary secret key. And let's go back to our application, right, and if you see, this is what we need to add first. Okay, so this all this name, key and secret, you will find it here. So this is the cloud name is equal to this cloud name I added, then this API key, so this is the cloudinary key, and then this secret key. Okay, so all three keys we added, and save this file. Now next step is, if you go to this documentation, right, you need to add this line of code inside this middleware.js. Okay, so copy this particular code and go to this middleware. So middleware.js, maybe let me check it's in security, for the security. Okay, so what you have to do, you can add it here like this. You can remove the security because this is already added here, right, like this, and save it. And let's see what else is pending. I think that's all. Okay, we already installed this. Come on. Okay, now next step, you need to stop the current server. Okay, so what I will do, I will stop this current server and rerun the application again. Okay, so it will build our application again with all the new configuration. Okay, now see, it's working. Let's see the localhost. So let's go to media library. Okay, so if you see, nothing is there. Let's try to add new assets here. Okay, so let me add some images. So I'll add this image, upload one assets, and if you see, the line is broken, right, it's not showing. But if you see, if you go here and click on the link and try to open this link, right, it is actually storing in the cloudinary, right, and if I enter it, see, the image actually showing on the screen. It means this particular image is stored, and we able to successfully able to connect it to the Strapi. Okay, and let's see this cloudinary media. Go to the media explorer, let's go, and if you see, we got this one. Okay, all these images. But if you see, right, we have these 4 images. Okay, what happen when you upload any images to the cloudinary, it will create a different size of images. Okay, and obviously it will increase our storage. So what you can do, go to the setting, go to the media library, and here you can say the responsive friendly upload, say click false. Okay, size optimization is okay, and click save. Now when you upload, it only upload whatever the file we uploaded with the size optimization. Okay, so that's what we wanted. Now only thing that we need to fix is to this broken image. Okay, we will fix in moment. So I just stop the application again and rerun, and then it works completely. And if you see, I got able to see the thumbnail of the application. So if it did not work for you, you can just try to remove this market access strapi.io. Okay, rerun it again, and then again you can add this particular line of code. Okay, then it will work. Sometimes the server is not running properly, that happens, but now our issue is solved. Next, we will try to add a new content for our slider, so that we can add our slider in our Strapi backend, so that we can use that in our application as well with the help of API. Let's create the content for the slider. So let's go to this content builder, and here you can create a new collection type. Okay, we can name it as a slider. Then click continue, and here you will find some of the field you want to add. So first of all, I will add name, and I will give it as a name, and then I will add another field. Okay, and here you can go to the advanced to make it required field as well. So I will make it required field, then I will add another field, and for that one I will add media, okay, which you want to store image. So I will say image URL, and or we will just write image. Okay, and we want to upload only single media, so I will select single. In advanced setting I will make it required field, and then I think that's all. I don't think so I want any more. Okay, so I will just close this one. Okay, and if you see, name and images get added inside this slider. Okay, now click save, and once you click save, right, it will restart our application because it will add all this code required to create this slider content type. Okay, so we'll wait for a few seconds and it automatically restart the application. So we'll wait, and if you see, it's created. Now you can we'll just say skip to, and now if you go to this content manager, you will see the slider collection type. Okay, now here you can add the entry, so we can say slider 1, click image, and here we can upload this image, right? So I will add some other image if I want. Okay, so if I go here, let's try to image something like this, open. Okay, select this, upload one assets, and click finish, and if you see, it get added. Now click save. Once you save, right, it is in the right now it is in the draft mode. Okay, you need to publish it to make it live. Okay, now if you see, our particular record is get published as well. Now we created the slider, we added the data into that one. Now the question is how to read it inside the API. So for that one, go to the setting. Okay, and here inside the inside the role you will see the public, right? Go to the public, and here you will find the slider. Okay, so you can give the permission, what permission you want to give to this particular API. So in this case we will just say find one. Okay, let's click on this find. Okay, and this is the API endpoint to fetch the data. Okay, let's try to run this. So what we will do, let's save this first and just open localhost 1337. So it need to be, I think, API slash this API the endpoint, right? So API is already there, and try to run it, and if you see pretty view, see, we got the data. So we have the data, inside data we have the ID, and inside that after that we have the attributes, right? And then we have the name and publish at and created and everything, right? Now if you see, you don't see the image, right, which we added, or any URL. Okay, and if you want to learn more about this Strapi, okay, you just type Strapi get API, okay, something like this, and you will find the documentation to fetch the API. If you see, we have get, post method, put method. Okay, and if you get the list of entry, okay, it will show you the example how to get it, what are the parameter you need to pass in the URL, correct? Now in order to get the all the fields which are in the particular record or in the particular collection, you just need to write question mark populate is equal to star. Okay, and if I click this one, let's make it pretty view, and if you see, now we get more fields, right? First we had this one, but along with that we have the image. Inside the image we have data with the ID, and inside the attribute we have this thumbnail and everything, right? And here is the URL of the application. Obviously this is also URL with the width and height, but this URL is the exact width and height which we uploaded. Okay, and this particular URL we are going to use to show it on the screen. Okay, so this is how it works. This is how simply we created the API by using the help of Strapi. Okay, now one of the last point I want to mention here, right now this is public, right? Means it's publicly accessible to everyone, but You can create a token from here. So just click add new token. You can give the token called develop API. Okay, and you can select the duration of this token, so we can send 30 days, 90 days, or unlimited as well. And you can say the token type, whether it's a read only or full access or custom. So I will say full access, and again inside that you can give the access to only those who want to write it. So if I write the custom, only custom access you can use. So in this case I don't want to use the create, update, or delete operation. Just find one and save it now. Okay, now this, if you see, right, this is the API key. Obviously you need to copy this API key somewhere so you will not lose it. Okay, and I will just copy this one. And now this API key you can use it when you are going to call this API. Okay, so this API, for in order to call this API you have to pass that particular API key, then only this API will work. Okay, so everything we will look into the application. Now in the next section we are going to use the API to fetch the data and show it on the screen in our application now. Okay, so I hope you understand about the Strapi, how to set up it, how to create the content, how to connect it to our cloud entity so that we can store the media, and lot of things we'll learn in this particular section. Okay, so guys, going forward, right, I will already create the content for our data, right? So just learn it how to do it, and then we will ready to go. Obviously I will put this Strapi backend source code inside the GitHub, and the link is in the description so that you can just clone it. Okay, and then you can directly use it as well. Perfect, so see you in the next section. Now, in order to integrate the API, we are going to use Axios HTTP client. You can use with the fetch, but Axios is much more simpler and easy to use. Okay, so just click on get started, and you have to install this npm install Axios. Okay, so copy this, go to your VS Code, and inside the terminal, just paste this and install this Axios dependency. Okay, once you install, let me open our application. Inside the app folder we'll create a new folder called services. So inside the folder we call services folder, and inside that we'll create a new file called global api.js. okay, like this. Now here you need to import the API first. Okay, so and add the all the API key. So first of all, let add constant base underscore URL is equal to, and here we will add the URL of the API endpoint. So you can just copy this up till this point. Okay, and paste it here like this. It need to be in code like this. Okay, then you need to add the API key. So add API underscore key. Now obviously you can add the API key inside .env, but for now in this example I will add here directly. Okay, so the API key which you created, right, you can copy this API key and paste it here like this. Okay, and after that you need to create an instance of the Axios. So I will call Axios instance is equal to Axios. So obviously when you are using Axios you need to import it, right, first. So here you can write import Axios from Axios. Okay, like this, and then dot create, and inside this you have to provide the base URL. So base URL which already defined the base URL, and then headers. So headers you have to add the authorization here. Okay, because we want to provide the API key. So here bearer, and here you have to add the API key like this. Okay, so our instance is created successfully. Okay, now let's call that just create the endpoint now. So I can call get slider. Okay, the arrow function, then Axios instance dot get method, and here we have to provide the endpoint. So in this case the endpoint is this sliders I am populate. Okay, so I will add it here like this. Perfect. And this is the okay, so this is the promise. Okay, we will get to know how we are going to call this one, but before that we need to export this API endpoint, export default, and then add the get slider method like this, so that it will be accessible throughout the application when you are exporting this particular API endpoint. Now in order to call this API, let's go back to our component sliders. Okay, so inside home we have component called slider, and after this I will create a new method called constant get slider arrow function, and here I will import the global API first, and from that I can able to call get slider C. Okay, like this dot. So this is promise, so we have to call, then we have to add response, and we'll just console the response for now here like this. Okay, and obviously we need to call this get slider in use effect. So if you don't know about the use effect, okay, use effect is a inbuilt React hook, okay, which I already explained, and it will execute for every instance of the application. And if you did not add this empty array, then it will keep executing. So just add this empty array so that it will execute only once when the components get load. Okay, so here you can need to call get slider like this, and so that this particular method will get called. And let's save everything and let's see the result. And if you see, we got this Axios error, network error. Okay, the reason is we added this API endpoint called localhost. Okay, but in Expo the localhost is not work. Okay, it will not work if you provide the localhost. So the alternative is to provide the IP address. Okay, if you are using Wi-Fi to the laptop, then you will get the IP address. So it's very easy to find. Open the command prompt, and inside here you have to, if you are using the Windows, you just need to type ipconfig like this. Okay, but if you are using the Mac OS, you have to type ipconfig like get if addr and en0 like this, and just click enter, and then you will get this address. Okay, copy this address. If you are using the Windows, right, just enter ipconfig and search for the IPv4, and you will find the address like this. Then go back to our global API, and instead of localhost, just change with this particular IP address. Okay, and save it. Now if you see, we got some result. Okay, now this result contain a lot of different things, because in Axios also written a lot of different things. So here you can just filter it out, response.data, and now you will get only the exact expected result. See, okay, this response is nothing but this one. Okay, it consists of data and this all information. If you enter response.data again, then you will get only this array. Okay, until this point. So I hope you understand this one. Okay, how we successfully get the sliders information. Now we have to use the state in order to store this data so that we can display it on the UI. Now let's define the state here. So constant, I will say slider list comma set slider list. Okay, is equal to use state which hold the value for us. Okay, now obviously we will comment this out. We don't want it because we are using our own slider list. And here add the slider list, and we'll add this information. So it need to be a set slider list. Okay, to set the value for the slider list, and I will remove this console. Now obviously if you see, we don't say anything, right, because in slider list we have data but it's not correct format. Now in image right now, which we were just showing this is item.image URL, but if you see the response, the URL is inside this image in the attribute, and it's nested actually. Okay, So in order to access it, we have to access it first. We have this data, then we have to add the attributes. So item, to say attributes dot data, or maybe it's image. Okay, so after attributes, inside the image we have again data, again we have the attributes, and then at the last, if you see, we have the URL. Okay, you have URL here as well, so we'll use this URL. So just URL like this. Okay, and save it. Now if you see, we got the result, and we need to get both the one. I don't know. Okay, let's refresh it again. If you see, we have the URL here as well. Okay, so this URL is in different format actually, so that's the reason. So let's see. Okay, the URL is in different format. We want in PNG, JPG format. So what we'll do, let's edit this one. We'll remove this, add another one. Okay, we'll add this sample example, finish, save it, and let's refresh the response, and now we have the correct JPG. Okay, so let's see now. Let's save it, and if I scroll it, see the second slide is also showing on the screen. Okay, and this data we fetch it from our Strapi backend. Okay, whatever we are inserted, if you see, right, we have this two slider, and this two slider information is showing on the screen now. Okay, I hope you understand how we started to set up the Strapi, and how we created the collection, and how we generated the API so that we can use it in our application with the help of Axios HTTP client. Okay, perfect. So until this point, if you have any question, let me know in the comment section, and if you have any doubt, if you stuck somewhere, you can DM me on my Instagram channel at the @tubegurji. We are going to implement the categories, and we are showing to display on the UI. Okay, for that one, let's create a new file inside this home folder under the components called categories.js. Okay, and add the default template. So I will add React Native function, and this is the default template. Make sure to import this default template inside our home screen. Okay, so after slider, we'll add the categories like this and save it, and if you see, the categories text is showing on the screen. Next, we need to fetch the categories from our Strapi. Okay, so I already created the content type called category, and inside that I added this name and icon, and these are the some of these icons and the names I added. Okay, these are the category. Right now I added the 5 categories. Okay, so, and obviously we have this media library where we store all these images as well. Okay, then for that one we have the API called slash category. Okay, so if I search here category, maybe it will not come up because we did not give access. So inside API token we have this API, right? So inside the category we have to just say find. Okay, and then click save. You can say find one as well. Okay, and if you see, the endpoint is this categories. So let's put this categories here, enter. No, the issue. Okay, so the reason is not showing because we did not pass the API, right? So for a testing purpose, what I will do, I will go to the role in the public, I will add this find. Okay, and save it. So these are the public access. Okay, so now I can able to access it, and if you see, we got this list of category. Okay, I will keep this open so that we can use minimum we can refer this field name and everything. Now let's go back to our application, and inside this global API, right, we'll get a new API endpoint called constant get categories. Okay, and let me close this one. The Axios instance dot get, and the API endpoint categories. Okay, question mark populate blue star. Okay, and obviously we need to put it in the export so it can be accessible throughout the application. Now our API endpoint is ready. Let's go back to our categories, and here we will write one function which help to fetch the categories. So get categories, and here I will like global API dot get categories, and this is a promise. So then response, and here we will get the response. So just we'll print out the response whether we are getting or not. Obviously before that we have to call this method, right? So in use effect we will call it, and let's call this get categories here like this. Okay, and obviously in console we are supposed to get some information. If you see, we got this get category information. Perfect. So it means it's working perfectly fine. Now we need to store this in one state. Okay, so I will define one state called constant category list comma set category list is equal to use state, like this. Okay, we'll pass empty array for now, and we can write here if category list is not there, okay, then we'll return null. Okay, now inside the return function, okay, we need to add the we need to show the categories. Okay, so first of all I will add some text and all. So here I will write, oops, here I can write doctor. We can give the name doctor specialty like this and save it. Okay, let's give some margin and padding. So for style I'll give margin top to maybe 10. Okay, and now let's give some I will put this in one view like this. Okay, perfect. So if you see, right, this is the this is how we want to design. Okay, so if you see, we have this doctor specialty, and at the right hand side we have this see all button. Okay, and after that we have the list of all the categories where we are showing like this. Okay, so similar way we have to implement on our application. So once we define this doctor specialty, we want one more text which will say see all. Okay, and let's give some styling to this one. So style, I will add a font size to be 20, and I will add our font family. So in this case our font family I will add like a font semi, and save it, and see it's perfect looking beautiful. Then for the text I will add the style, and in this case I will add font family to be a font only. Okay, and let's add color as well for this one. So colors dot primary, see. Okay, and now for this one we will add the style so that it will be in the, this will be in the one line, so doctor specialty and see all. Okay, so you can say display colon flex. Okay, like this. Then we need to give the direction, so flex direction row, because we want in one line. Then you can say justify content to be in the space between. Okay, so it will be in the both the end, and then align item to be in the center like this. And if you see, perfect. Now our heading section for this one is ready. Okay, let me format this, format document. Okay, perfect. Next we want to iterate the list of categories. So for that one I will use the flat list, okay, which we already use for this slider. Okay, so let's add flat list. So a couple of things we need to provide. First is data, so in this case data is category list. Then we need to render the item, so we'll say item comma index and arrow function like this. Okay, and inside that we need to define the view. Okay, perfect, like this. Now inside that we'll define another view. Okay, so we'll define another view. I will let you know why we are defining two view. Okay, and then we have to define the image which we are going to show. So image source, and here we have to provide the URI. Okay, so URI in this case is atom dot, and now if you see, right, our URL is here. Okay, so and we are right now here, so item dot attributes. So let me go back here again. Item dot attributes dot, we have, after attributes we have the icon, right? Then icon, let me bring this down. Okay, let's bring this down as well. Icon dot data, again dot attributes. So let's say data dot attributes dot URL. Okay, if you see attributes, then we have the URL. Okay, so this complete part we need to give it. So let's end this. Okay, and also for this let's give some style. So we'll give the style like width of 30 and height of 30, and save it. And let's see why it's not showing. Okay, so it's saying it must be used descendant gesture handler, the gesture will not recognize. Okay, so let's see what's the error. So this error is came because we added this flat list, but okay, but we imported from the incorrect import package. Okay, so obviously we need to import it from the flat list React Native. Okay, now if you see, it's React Native, and let's save it and let's see whether we are getting anything or not. Let's see now what we missed. So it's not coming because we never set the value for the category list. So we need to set value here, right? So that category list has some value. Let me remove this console and now save it. And if you see, we got the images. Perfect, that's what we wanted. So let's give some styling to this one. Okay, so for this view, what I will do, I will use some style. Okay, so this particular view is only belong to this particular icon. Okay, so first of all I will give the background color. So background color, we say colors dot, let me add some color. Okay, so let me add Control P and we'll say color. Okay, so in that I will add the secondary color. Okay, and inside that I will add the code hash and TPEFT. Okay, this secondary color I added, and here I can now refer this secondary. Okay, so if you see, wow, perfect, that's what I wanted. The color is light blue color. Then we'll add some padding. So add padding of 15. Okay, and if you see, right, if you want any one line, okay, and it will be a in the kind of grid level. Okay, so flat list has some property, and one of the properties to provide number of columns you want to show. So in this case I will show number of columns is 4. Okay, and save it. Now once you save it, it will give the error like once you change the column you need to restart your application again. Okay, so what I will do, I will stop the server and rerun it again. And let me remove this from the background. Okay, and let's press A to open the application in the emulator. So I hope until this point, if you have any question, let me know in the comment section. And if you did not subscribe to my channel, please do subscribe, guys, until this application get load. Okay, so now we have the view, we have the images, we also set the number of columns. Okay, let's log in it again, and let's log in here, and we need to give some styling. Okay, so we will be ready. and if you see, we got in the kind of thing, right? We have the four list, but now we need to provide the one property called column wrapper style. Okay, so what it will do, it will equally divide onto the screen horizontally. Okay, so here we have to write flex one. Okay, and then justify content to be space between. Okay, like this, and if you save it, see, now equally divided, equally is from distance is applied automatically to this particular icon. Now I will add some styling to flat list. I want to give some margin from the top, so I will add like this. Okay, so you can also add the styling to the flat list as well. Now for this particular view, I will also add the border radius. Okay, border radius I want rounded, so I will add 99, and see, perfect. Okay, and what else we can give? Okay, we can give some margin from the bottom, so I will add the margin bottom, not to this actually, we'll add margin to this one. Okay, but later, first of all, we need to add uh, the category name. Okay, so after this view, I will add the category name, so I will add text, and we'll say item dot, and if you see, the category name is here, right? The name, so inside this attribute, so cat in item dot attributes dot name, like this, and let's save it. Let's see how it looks. See, the name is coming, but if you see, right, it's not in align. Okay, so for this particular view, you can just say align item to be in the center, and now see the magic. Okay, now let's give some margin from the top. So let's try to give margin here only, margin top, not top, bottom actually, bottom 5. See, and we'll get 10. See, it's come down. Okay, but we don't need this margin here, because we are going to show only 4 category on the screen. Okay, so to do that, right, you can add the condition to this render item. You can, here we added the index, here you can add index is less than is equal to less than 4, and then only this particular view will display, and if you see, only 4 items we are showing. Okay, perfect. This is how we are going to show the list of category on the screen. Later in this particular course, obviously on the click of this see all, it will open the model and show all the categories which is available in our application. Okay, but on the screen, on the home screen, right, we are only showing the 4 category. And one more thing we will do, okay, we are going to use existing component to display all the categories, and that we will do it later on. But for now, I hope you understand how to do it and how to show the category on the home screen beautifully, right, with the help of the API as well. So guys, until this point, if you have any question, any doubt, let me know in the comment section. I'm happy to help you, and you can DM me on my Instagram channel. If you did not join my channel, please join the channel for the exclusive only member content. So see you in the next section. After completing and showing the categories, we are gonna show the list of hospital. Okay, so what are the premium hospital we mentioned in our database, we are showing on the screen. So for that one, I already created one content type called hospital, and if you see right here, I added the name, address, email, website, image, all the required field. Also, I attached this category and connected with the existing category. Okay, so when I select the category, it will use the existing category. So let me show you how it looks. So here, if I go to the hospital, I added this to hospital, right? If I create a new entry, here you can fill the details. But for the category, right, whatever the category we have in this collection type, this all category will display here, and I can select a multiple category as well. Okay, so you have option to map the category in what way you want to show, whether you want to one-to-one mapping or one-to-many mapping or many-to-one mapping kind of thing. Okay, and then you can fill the details. Also, we have one the toggle to make it whether is it premium or not. Okay, so if it's a premium, then only we will show the hospital on the home screen. Okay, like that. So let me bring the UI how we are going to display on the home screen. And if you see, right, we have this nearby hospital section. We will call it as the premium hospitals, and then we will show the horizontal list. Okay, to display the list of hospitals. Okay, so that's the reason we created these hospitals sorry, the hospital content. Okay, after that you have to make sure in your API token you enable that one. Okay, so here make sure in categories you enable, and in the provider, because this is for the testing purpose, make sure it's enabled here as well. Okay, after that you have to use one query. Okay, so here in this case, let me get this categories endpoint. Okay, of not categories, actually we want the hospitals. Okay, my bad. So hospitals, and we need to filter only those who has the filter who has option filter is equal to true. So here you can write like hospitals question mark filters, and then we have to give the name. So in this case is premium dollar equal means is equal to true, and populate is equal to this one. Okay, and if you see, you got the result. So those only have premium is equal to true will display on the screen. So this is our API endpoint. Okay, so obviously you can find it on the Strapi's API documentation where you, how to use filter and everything. Okay, that's from where I use this particular filter option. Now let's go back to our application, and here we have to create a new component. So we'll create a new component called premium hospital.js and add the default template React Native function. Make sure to add this template, save this one, and inside a home screen. Okay, so here we want to display, so sorry, premium hospitals. Okay, and save it, and if you see, the premium hospital is showing on the screen. Now let's go back. Let me close this all of these things. And now here, right, we need to add this title, right, the heading, the doctor specialty kind of, means that similar kind of heading we want to add it. So what we will do, let's go to categories. Okay, and this line of code we will put in one component. Okay, so right, well, I'll just cut this from here. I'll create a new component called subheading.js. We'll add React Native function, and here I will paste it so that same code and we can use multiple times without repeating that code in each of the component, right? And instead of this one, right, I will remove this. I'll replace this with the subheading title. I'll pass the head subheading title like this. Okay, and this particular subheading we will add it in the category because we removed from here, right? So I will add subheading, see. Okay, and here I will add the subheading title. Subheading title is equal to doctor specialty. Okay, now save this one and save this one. Now it's saying colors does not exist. Obviously we need to import these colors and save, and if you see, the doctor specialty is showing. Okay, perfect. Now instead of giving margin every time, right, I will remove this margin from here, and I will add that margin directly inside this one. So I will add the margin bottom with 10. Okay, like this. Now you know how to add the subheading because we already have the component, right? Now instead of writing all of this code, we just add subheading. Okay, and here I will add the subheading title, and then we can give the title name. So in this case we will give our premium hospitals. Okay, and save, and if you see, we got that one. Okay, this is how simple it is. Let's give some style. So style margin top to 10. Perfect. Okay, now let's go back to our global API where we need to write API endpoint to fetch the premium hospital. So I will write constant get premium hospitals arrow function exos instance dot get, and we already have the endpoint. I will use that one. So this endpoint we need to use like this. Okay, so need to be arrow. Perfect. And make sure to export it like this and save it. Okay, and once we did it right, let's go back to premium hospital, and here we will call it so constant get premium hospitals, and this is a method used to call the get premium hospitals API. Okay, so then because this is a promise response, and we'll console this response. Okay, so it need to be data, actually not dara, data, and save it. Okay, obviously it will not execute. The reason is we never call this API, so we need to use effect, which is the inbuilt React hooks, and we will pass the empty array, so it will only execute once when we load this component. And control V, call it and save it, and if you see, we got the result. Okay, perfect. Means we are getting result from this API endpoint. Now we need to save this particular API endpoint, so I will write constant hospital list set hospital list is equal to use state, and initially it's empty. Okay, and save it. Now here, instead of this console log, I will just set hospital list, and this all the information will be available inside this hospital list now. Okay, now here I will add the condition, if the hospital list is there, only show this view. Okay, next we have to add the flat list. Okay, to display the list of data, so I will add the flat list. Make sure to import it from the React Native, and here we have to provide data first, so data which will be a hospital list. Then we need to render the item, so render the item, we'll add the index as well like this. Okay, and here we need to iterate the list of value. Okay, now what we will do for each of this particular component, right, we will create the different components, so that we will show all the hospitals UI on there. Okay, so what I will do, I'll get a new component called hospital item.js. We are not doing anything different, but just instead of writing the UI code for the hospital item, here we'll create a new component for that one. Okay, so what I will do now, let's save this hospital item here, and then hospital item, I will import it here like this and save it. And if you see, the two text is showing because we only have the two premium hospitals, and right now in the hospital item you have the only text called hospital item. Okay, now we need to pass the item, each item to this hospital item list. So I will add hospital is equal to item. Okay, so this item we pass it to this hospital item, and then inside the hospital item we need to accept it here. So hospital. Okay, save this one. Now we have the hospital, each of the hospital information which we want to display it on the screen. Okay, so let's remove this line of code and add the image tag. Okay, inside that we have to add source, we have to add URI because we are fetching the image from the URL. Okay, and in this case, if you see, the path is attributes. Inside that we have image, data, attributes, and then the URL. Okay, so first is hospital dot attributes. So let's copy this to avoid the spelling mistake. Attributes dot image dot data dot attributes dot URL. Okay, and in the tag also we need to use style because we are fetching from the URL, so we'll give width 100%, and the height I will give the 110 and save it. You see, it's showing on the screen. Right now what we'll do, I want to give style, and here we will give the width of 200 only, like this. Okay, perfect. Next, uh, we'll give some uh, let's give some border radius afterwards, but before that let's add another view, and inside that we'll add the text. So I will add text, and it will be the hospital name. Okay, so I will add the hospital dot attributes dot name and save it. See, okay, I will add another text for the address. Okay, now let's give some styling. Before that I will add the style for this one, and we'll give some padding of 7, and for this one I will use styling, and we'll add the font size of font. Okay, let's add font family as well. Add font semi and font size to be 16. Perfect. Okay, and for this one we'll add style. We'll add the we'll add the color, actually colors dot gray. Maybe it's very light, I don't know. Yeah, it feel like very light. Let's go to colors and let's update the colors. So we have left, we have right. Okay, so for gray I will change this to something different. So I will add a6 a4 a4 and save it, and let's see now. Yeah, that's much better. Okay, perfect. Now our hospital item is pretty much ready. Let's add the border radius. So here I will add the border radius to be maybe 10. Okay, and I will add the border width of 1, border color to be colors dot light gray, and save it. Okay, and if you see, right, I don't know, border radius is not applied here because we also need to give border to this one. So let's add border left radius, oh sorry, left top left radius to 10, and border top right radius to be 10, and save it. Okay, so border radius need to apply here. Let's see, border radius to be 10. Perfect, now it's applied. Okay, maybe we need to opt a border width or no, I'm not sure, but yeah, it's work. Okay, now we have pretty much ready with this one. Okay, next thing what we need to do, we need to bring in one line. Okay, so obviously go to the flat list, and here we have the property which we already use called horizontal, which is equal to true, and save it. And if you see, it's showing horizontally. So let's give some margin. So here I will add the margin as well, margin right to be 10, like this. Okay, let's add 15. Yeah, 10 is better. And then if you scroll right, I can able to scroll, but we don't want this ugly scroll indicator. So let's remove that one. So show horizontal scroll indicator, we need to make it as a false, and save it. Now we don't have that scroll indicator anymore. Okay, perfect. So this is how we can able to display the list of premium hospital. Now interesting part is you can add more things under this home screen. Okay, for example, let me show you the existing example. So I will go here, and let's go to home.js. Right here we added this component, different components. Right, let's add the slider again after this one. Okay, if I add the slider, see, I can able to add the slider. Okay, if I want to add the premium hospitals, I can add the premium hospital here like this again. Okay, and you don't need to do anything because we already did the coding. Next thing, if I try to scroll it vertically, it's not scrollable. Okay, the reason is right now our view is not scrollable. So make this view as scroll view like this. So I may change to this scroll view and save it. And if I see now, I can able to scroll it. Okay, so this is how it works. So until this point, if you have any question, Any doubt, let me know in the comment section. And if you did not subscribe to my channel yet, please do subscribe, join my channel, and we'll see you in the next section. Now, when user click on this any category, right, we want to jump it to the new screen where we are going to show all the list of hospitals and the doctors. So first of all, let's create a new screen. So inside the screen folder, we'll add a new page or a new file, and we can call as a hospital doctors list screen, okay, .js, and add the default template, okay, and save it. Now the question is, how can we jump to this new screen, right? When we want when we click any of this category, right, we need to navigate it. So we need to add the navigation, and this navigation is from the home page, correct? So what we'll do, we'll add the new home navigation uh, file. We'll create a new file, and inside that add default template. This will be our new home navigation, and this navigation will be a stack navigation and not the tab, because we are jumping from one page to another, right? So for that, first define the stack is equal to create stack navigator. Okay, so we have this create stack navigator, and we already create this reference. Okay, I will remove this code and add the stack dot navigator like this. Okay, inside that we have to define the screen which we are adding into this stack navigator, okay, inside the home navigation. So we have to add stack dot screen. So by default, let me control Z, by default our screen will be a home screen, right, because we are jumping from home and this is the home screen navigation. So we have to give name, we'll say home, and the component should be a home, like this. Okay. Another screen we will add, let me close this one, stack dot screen, and we can call it as a hospital doctor list screen. Okay, and the component we'll add is hospital doctors list screen, and close the tag. So we added this two screen, right? Now we need to update the tab screen inside the tab navigation, right? So right now we default to the home screen, home component, right? Here we have to change to home navigation, okay, and save it. So once we define the home navigation, you will see some change, right? You will see this header is getting added, because for the home navigation we did not apply any screen option. So what I will do, I will add the screen option here because we don't want to show header, right? And here you can say header will be a false, and save it. So this need to be actually shown header, shown, and need to be false, and save it. And if you see, the header is gone. Okay, perfect. Next, what we need to do, let me close this one. We need to jump it from this particular page to another page, right? So let's close everything from here, and let's go back to our category. So inside this home we have these categories, right? So for this particular view, we need to wrap it in a touchable opacity, because once user click on any of this one, right, it you need to jump it to the another screen, right? And to add the on press event, we need to convert in this view to touchable opacity. If you don't know about the touchable opacity, which give a property or make the given component into a pressable event, okay? So if you see, right, we have different touchable, like touchable highlight, touchable opacity base, and lot of things, touchable without feedback as well, right? So in this case we add touchable opacity. The reason is we are adding touchable opacity is it giving a beautiful animation effect as well when you press the particular component, okay, you will see in a moment. So we'll change this view to touchable opacity, and if you see, right, if I click on press, you will see the different properties which has on press in, out, and lot of different things, right? So we are using on press, and here we'll just console it, console.log. We'll check whether it's clickable or not, okay, and save it. Now if I click this, See, the click is printing on the screen. So it means our touchable opacity on click is working. Now in order to navigate to the next page, first of all we need to define one hook. So we can call navigation is equal to use navigation, and if you see, the use navigation is importing from the React navigation slash native. Okay, so this is the hook from this React navigation, and it's very easy when you try to jump, right? So for example, inside this on click event I will add the navigation dot navigate. Okay, and where you want to navigate. So in this case we want to navigate to this particular page. So if you go to the home page, we need to copy this particular name where we want to jump it or we want to navigate, right? So I will copy this name, and inside here I will paste it like this and save it. Okay, now if I click this dentist, for example, and if you see, it jumped to the new page. Okay, if I go back, if I click orthopedics, still it jumped. Okay, so it means we are able to jump to the new screen. Now another question is what we need to do when we click on any of this particular category, right? We need to pass this category name so that we can display it here. Okay, so in order to pass any value, we have to pass like this in a curly braces. We have to give the name. So I will give category name and the name of the category. So in this case is, if you see, right, we'll just copy this name of the category item.attributes.name like this and save it. Right, now we pass this name to the home navigation, sorry, to this our hospital doctor list screen. Now we need to accept or we want to display that category name. So let's go back to our hospital doctors list screen, and here we need to use one hook. So first of all, I will parameter is equal to use route. So if you see, this use route is a again hook from the React navigation, and again in that we have this parameter. So this will return all the parameter which is coming from the previous screen and save it. Okay, and if you want to display it, I will remove this and I will display param dot category name and save it. Okay, so if you saying category name is undefined, right? So save this one. Let's click dentist, and if you see, dentist is coming. If you click on orthopedic, the orthopedic name is coming. Okay, it means our category name is showing on the screen. Okay, so that we able to jump from the home screen to the another screen, and also we are able to pass the category name to this particular screen. Okay, next we want to show the name of this category as a title and the back button. Okay, and that will be our this particular screen's header, right? So what we'll do, because we are going to use this header at multiple places, I'm going to create a new component. Okay, so here I will create a new folder and we can call shared. So this will be a shared component, will be inside this particular shared folder. Inside that I will call page header .js. I will add the React Native function as default component, save this one, and let's add this header inside. Maybe I will add after this one. Okay, page header like this and save it. Okay, also I will give some style. So I will add style and we'll give padding of 20, and let me remove this one. Okay, so what I will do, we'll pass this page header, we pass this category name to this page header. Okay, so before that let's define one props here. So we can call the header title. Okay, or we'll just call title, and once we define this title, we are gonna define this title over here. So like title here like this, and we'll pass title as our category name. Title, oops, sorry, will be our category name. Okay, so what we did, we pass this category name to this page header, so that in page header we can show whatever the value we pass to this page header. Okay, so if you see, nothing will get changed. Now inside the page header, let's apply some style, So here I will give the font size of 25, and I will add font family font semi and save it. Perfect. Also I want to add the back button. Okay, so I will go to this our icons, and I will add the back button. We'll scroll, we'll search for this icon. Okay, let's add this icon import statement, and this one as well, like this, and save it. Let me bring. So if you see, the icon is showing. Let's change this value. So I will change it to 37. Perfect. Now let's bring everything one line. So style, we'll set display to be flex, and flex direction need to be a row, so it will become in one line. See, also we'll give some gap. So I will give gap of maybe 5, and we'll make line item to be in the center, like this. Okay, perfect. Now our header is ready. So whenever you want to add this header, right, just add page header and pass the value which you want to give the name as a header, right? Next, on the click of this back button, we want to go back to the previous page, right? So again, here we need to define the navigation constant, and we use navigation as our hook, right? So we have the reference, and obviously we need on press event to this ioni icon. So we need to wrap this ioni icon as a touchable opacity. So I will add touchable opacity like this, wrap this particular icon, and we'll add the on press event. Okay, it's similar to what we are navigated from previous page to another, right? Only thing here now, we have to define navigation, and here we have a method called go back. Okay, so go back, what we'll do, it will already save the navigation where you came from, right? And once you click on go back, it will go back to the previous page. Now if you see, right, if you click on go back, jump to this home page. Let's go back some cardiologist, and if I click go back, see, it's go back to this previous page where it comes from. Okay, this is how simple it is to use the navigation in our application. So until this point, if you have any question, any doubt, let me know in the comment section. If you don't understand anything about navigation, let me know. We'll figure out how to use it. But as I told you, right, in the Expo navigation is quite similar to what we are using inside this React navigation, but React navigation is much more flexible to use and easy to use as well. So that's the reason we are using React navigation in our application or in this particular course. So next, we are gonna add the tab for the doctors and the hospital to show the all the hospital and doctor list under this particular category. So in this section, we are gonna design the tab like this. It has a doctors and hospital, and you can easily switch it between those. And we are designing custom. So first of all, let's go to this components, and inside that I will create a new file called new folder, actually, hospital doctors screen. Okay, .js, sorry, screen, because this is folder, and inside that we'll create a new file called hospital doctor tab.js. Okay, and add the default template. So this one we need to add inside our home hospital doctor list tab screen. So inside that I will add the hospital doctor tab and save it, and if you see, it's showing on the screen. Perfect. Now let's go back to our this particular component, and inside here we're gonna add the tab. So first of all, let's add the view, and also I will use some styling. I will give some margin from the top to 10 and save it. Next, inside this, right, we need a two different type of a clickable buttons, right? So what I will do, because it's a custom, I will add the touchable opacity. So we'll add touchable opacity, and inside that I will add the text. So this will be a hospital, and save it. And another touchable opacity with the text, doctors. Okay, let's bring everything in one line. So I will add style, and we'll say display be flex direction to be row, and save it. Okay, also we'll make align item to be in the center, and justify content to be space around. Okay, so it will be in the center like this. Perfect. Then we'll give some styling to this text as well as to this touchable opacity. Now this is very important when we want to we click on any of this particular tab. One, we have to show it as active, and another we need to show as inactive, right? So it depends on the active tab and inactive tab. We need to change the styling of the particular tab. So that what I will do, I will add a styling externally, okay, like this. So here we'll add the styling. Make sure you need to import the style sheet from the React Native, and then save it. Now first of all, I will add the uh, active tab text, okay, or maybe I will say active text, and we'll add the all active text styling, and I will add another class called inactive text, and this will be our inactive text class. Okay, so for active text class, we'll say text align to be in the uh, center. Then we'll add the font family, the app font, like this. Then we need to add font size of 18, and then color will be colors.primary. Okay, similar style sheet we will add for the inactive. Only color we're gonna change to gray. So let's change to gray. Okay, next we want to hold the active index, right? Active tab, which one is the active? So what I will do to hold that one, we'll add the one state, and we can call as a active index comma set active index is equal to use state. Okay, and initially it will hold the 0 means we can say it as a hospital. Okay, now let's apply the styling dynamically. When I say dynamically, it means that depends on the condition. Okay, whether it's the active state is index is 0 or 1. Okay, so for example, we'll add the style, okay, here, and here inside the curly braces. Okay, when you are adding the customer, right, we have to be first curly braces and then the square bracket, and then we can write the condition. If the active index is equal to 0, then question mark, because it's a ternary operator, and we can say styles dot active text. Okay, otherwise, okay, so let me bring this down. Otherwise we have to say style dot inactive text. So what it means, when the active index is 0 means when the hospital is active, we are applied the active text styling, and if the active index is not 0, then we will applying the inactive text styling. Okay, now let's save it, and let's see how beautiful it's showing. Okay, now same thing, I will copy it and paste it for the doctors. Okay, the only change is I have to change the active index to 1. Okay, so now if I change this use state 0 to 1, you will see the change. See, I will change to 1 to 0. See, okay, so this is how easily we can change. Now how to set this active index, right? That's the reason we use the touchable opacity. Here we'll add the on press event. Okay, and inside the on press event we'll set the active index. For the hospital, when user click on this hospital button, we'll set the active index as a 0. Okay, we'll copy the same, and when user click on doctor, we'll set on press event the active index to 1. Okay, now if I click on doctor, see, it's work. Okay, perfect. Now let's add the some styling to this touchable opacity. Okay, so I will add the two more classes here, similar like active, we can say active tab, and another is a inactive tab, like this. Okay, so for active tab I will add the border bottom, or you can say border width to 2, then border bottom color I will add color dot primary, then we'll add padding to 3, and then I'll add a width 40%. Okay, like this. It's need to be in the code, like this. Okay, similar thing I will add it for the inactive tab. Okay, only some few changes. For example, if I will change this border width to 1 and the color to gray. Okay, and also I think that's enough. Let's save this one. Okay, so nothing will get changed because we did not apply this particular styling. Right now, the same condition we have to apply for this one as well. So we'll say style, then curly braces, then square bracket, and inside that one we have to add active index is equal to 0. Then we have to apply styles dot active tab. Okay, otherwise we'll apply the inactive tab. Okay, and if I save it, so right now it's looks weird, right? So what you need to do, let's do one thing. Let's add the bottom width only, border bottom width, like this. Okay, and what else we need to update? Let's see. um, and then same thing we will apply for the doctor. So I will copy this one, and then I will apply styling to this one. Okay, only change active index to 1 and save it. So inactive tab does not exist. Let's say, oh, why it's saying it's active tab not exist, is to exist. So in inactive tab, so let's go back here. So it's saying inactive tab does not exist. Okay, so the change is right. Let's copy this again. Let's save this. Let's copy this and then paste it here. Okay, change this to 1 and save it. Let's go back. So again we have this error. So let's say styles dot inactive tab. Okay, and here as well we miss styles dot inactive tab and save it. Okay, and if I go by in the dentist, so if you see we have this issue, right? So to fix this issue, remove this width and save it. And also this need to be a bottom width, like this. Okay, if I click doctor, it's showing doctor. If I click on hospital, it's showing hospital. Okay, this is how easily we change the tab. Now next we're gonna show the list of the hospitals and doctor, and depends on the category which user selected. Okay, so let's do that. Now in this section we are gonna display the list of hospital depends on the user's category selection. Now for example, if user select the cardiologist, then all the hospital who has a cardiologist category attached, we are gonna show that hospital. So inside this our this content manager, right, we already attach this category. For example, for this hospital we have category dentist, for the neurologist, right? And for others we have different categories. And currently the hospital API will look like this. Okay, and inside here we have this section called categories, and if you see inside the tab is it has a array of all the category list, and then we have the dentist, neurologist, right, like this. So if you just select dentist, then we have to make sure we will fetch this particular hospital. Okay, all the hospital who has a category dentist. So for that one we have to modify our API endpoint. Okay, so let's try it here. Okay, first so if you see, right, sorry. So here what we will do, we need to add some filters. So we can say filters, then we have to add the filter name category. So what I will do, I will get this name categories, because we want to filter the categories, right? Sorry, I will just type it here, categories. Inside that we have the, we need to filter with the name, right? So we have to give name, and after that we have dollar in. Okay, so this filter you can find it on the Strapi. If you go to Strapi filter API, right, and here we will find all the option where you can get. So in this case we are using dollar in, which is included in array, because this is the list of array. If you see, category has a list of array, all the categories, correct? That's the reason we are using dollar in equal to, and then we will give the name of the category. So for example, if I want to get the dentist, then I will write like this, and if I click enter, if you see, we got the two result of category dentist, and this also has a dentist. Okay, let's say you want to find the cardiologist, so I will use the cardiologist and enter. So you will get only one hospital with the cardiologist as a category. Okay, so we are going to use this particular API endpoint. Now let's go back to our application, and let's create an API endpoint here first. Okay, so we can say constant get hospitals by category. Okay, and here I will pass the category name, okay, the arrow function, and here let's bring this down, axio instance dot get, and then we have to paste the this particular endpoint, right? So I will copy this endpoint and paste it here like this. Okay, now obviously we need to change this name to the category which we are going to pass, like this. Okay, see, very easily. And make sure to export this particular category list like this and save it. Okay, now let's create a new component, okay, new file to display the list of hospitals. Okay, so we have this hospital doctor screen. Okay, inside that I will create a new file, and we can call as a hospital list, which big, I will give big because we already have a hospital list file name. Okay, and JS, and I will say React Native function like this, save it, and then make sure to add that inside the hospital doctor list screen. Okay, so I will have hospital list big like this and save it, and if you see, it's showing. Now if you see, right, if I change to doctor, it's still showing the hospital list big, right? We want to change it to doctor, but we will do it later. First we will display all the list of hospital, and then we'll jump to the doctor and the logic to change this hospital to doctor. Now let's go back to hospital list b. Okay, here we need to display the list, but before that we need to fetch the data. So we will fetch that data in our main screen. Okay, so let's define the constant, and we'll define a method here. Okay, so we'll call get hospital list by category, and here I will use global API dot get hospital list by category, and here we're gonna pass the category. So for us now, I hard coded the dentist as a category, then because this is promise, and the response will get it. So right now let's console this response dot data dot data. So we'll get the actual data which you want to display. Okay, and let's save everything. Obviously we need to call this method in use effect, so I will define the use effect here like this, and we'll say here. Okay, and save it. Now if you go back to application, and if you see, instantly we get the result which is having the category dentist. Okay, means it means this particular API endpoint is working. Now save this result in one state. So what I will do, I will define one state constant, and I will say hospital list comma set hospital list is equal to use state. Initially I will pass empty array and save it. Now let's remove this console and replace it with the set hospital list, so we'll set the data. Okay, and save it. Now what we'll do, we'll add activate activity indicator. So what it will do, it will show the loading effect. Okay, let me show you how it works. So I will, if I define activity indicator like this and save it, you see the loading indicator is showing. Now you can change the size as well. So if I add the property called size, it has option large and small, so we'll add the large. Also we can add the color, so we can add the color dot primary color and save it, and if you see, it's showing like this. Okay, now what we can do, this activity indicator, we will add the condition for it. Okay, so condition will be like this: if hospital list, okay, has some length, if has, and it's optional because if empty is, we will not get any length, right? If its length is there, then we can show the activity indicator. Okay, so copy this one and paste it here like this. Okay, and otherwise show the list of the hospital. Okay, bring this down. Otherwise show this big list like this and save it. Okay, so if you, it's still loading. Okay, I don't know because we have to say no. If you see, right, as soon as we get this list of hospital, the activity indicator stop loading. Okay, perfect. Now we have the information. Let's pass this hospital list to the hospital list big. Okay, so I will say hospital list, and inside the hospital list big, we'll fetch it here like this, hospital list, and save everything. Okay, now we pass the hospital list to this hospital list big. Okay, and here we will use the flat list to display the list of the hospital. Okay, so let's use the flat list. Okay, and let's provide the data first. So in this case the data is hospital list, and then render the item. Okay, so we'll say item, and here let's just type the name of the hospital here for a moment. Okay, so I will say item dot attributes dot name, and if I save it, you will see the name of the hospital is coming. It means whatever the value we fetch it and we pass it to this hospital list big, which is a child component of the hospital list screen, and it's showing our data. Okay, perfect. Now what we'll do, we are gonna use the card, we are adding the card, right? And let me show you how we are gonna design the UI now. And if you see this kind of card we are showing on the UI, okay, it has a name, sorry, the image of the hospital, the name of the hospital, and the category and the address. Okay, this, all these things we are showing like this. Okay, so to make this right, we'll create a different component, because so that we can use this card at multiple places. Okay, so inside the shared folder I will make it, because we are going to share with the other component as well. So here I will write hospital item card. Okay, I will say hospital card item. Okay, card item dot js, add the default template, and let's import this inside this one. Okay, what I will do, I will add the touchable opacity, because obviously on touch we are going to next page, so make sure to add that, and inside that I will add the hospital card item like this. Okay, and save it, and if you see, the hospital card item is showing 2 times, because inside the hospital card item we have just written hospital card item. Okay, next we need to pass each item to this hospital card item, so we'll call it as a hospital is equal to item. It means we pass it here, so we have to accept it here, hospital, like this. Okay, perfect. Now let's try to print it here, the hospital dot attributes dot name, and save it, and if you see, the name is coming. Perfect. Next, let's try to implement and design the card. Okay, so here first of all, let's remove this one and add the image. Okay, in the tag, make sure to import this image from the React Native. Then add source, and in this case we are fetching from the URL, so I added URI, and we have to call hospital dot attributes dot, and if you see the path, right, you can anytime you can check the API response how it goes. So it's image data attributes. Okay, so we have attributes dot image dot data dot attributes again dot URL. Okay, and then we have to use style, so we can give width of 100%. Okay, then I will use height to be 140. Okay, and let's save this one, and if you see it's coming. Let's give border top because we have rounded border on the top left radius. I will give 10, and the top border top right radius to be 10. See, okay. Next we'll add a view to add the details of this particular hospital. Okay, so let's add text, and here inside that I will add the hospital name, so it will be hospital dot attributes dot name. Okay, and after that we need to show the list of the category, but before that let me give some style. So I add padding here to 10, and for this name, let add the font size to be 10, and font family I will add font semi. It need to be in quote like this, and save it. Font size I will add 18 actually. Perfect. Next we need to add the flat list. Okay, so I will add flat list to show the list of category, because the list of category, if you see, right, it has a multiple, it's a actually array list, right? That's the reason I whatever the list it's there, right, we want to show it on the UI, so that's the reason I'm using flat list. And for data we need to provide this part until this point, until the categories, right? So what we can show, we can add a hospital dot attributes dot category dot data. Okay, and to render the item, so item, we can say category whatever, and here I will just add the text, and we can say item dot attributes dot name, and save it. And let's see. Okay, see the cardiologist, and the actual what is the category name is showing on the screen. Now let's give some styling. So here I will add the style, and give some styling. So here I will give margin, oops, double quote, margin right to 10, and I will also change the color. So color to, I will give colors dot gray. Okay, obviously we need to apply, we need to bring in one line actually. Okay, so to bring the in one line, you know, in flat list we have the property called horizontal, and we can make it as a true, and save it, and see it's showing, right? Now you can add the comma at the last like this. Okay, perfect. Next we need to give the horizontal line. Okay, and after that we are gonna show the address. Okay, and address, and we can say how many users view this particular hospital. Okay, so what we'll do, after this flat list I will add the one view. Okay, and we use some styling to make the horizontal line. Okay, so what we can do, so we can add the border bottom only, bottom width to 1. Okay, and if I save this one, see the border is showing here. Now we can change the color of the border, so border color to colors dot light gray, we can give light gray, see, like this. Okay, obviously some more property we can give. For example, we can give margin to 5. okay, like this. And I will add margin bottom, I will add it little bit. So let's add margin bottom to 10. Okay, perfect. Now below this we need to show the address. Okay, and if you see the this particular image, right? Okay, not this one actually, so this one, if you see, right, we have this image, the icon of the address, and then this particular address, right? Similar kind of way we are going to design. So I will add the view. Inside that we need to add the icon. So I will get it that icon from the icon, search for the location like this, take this icon, first copy the import statement, put it here, and then copy the actual component to render it and paste it here like this. Okay, and then add the text to display the address. So we have to call hospital dot attributes dot address and save it, and let's see it's showing. Okay, now obviously what I will do, I will change this size to 18. Okay, and also I will change this color to colors dot primary like this. Okay, now bring this in one line. So what I will do, I will add the style for this view and make it display flex, and make flex direction to be in one row, so it will be in one line. And then we'll give some gap, let's give some gap of maybe we can say 5 like this, and save it. Okay, make align item to be in the center and save. Perfect, like this. It need to be gap actually. Okay, perfect. Next I will copy the same view, and below that I will add it here, and only thing I will change, I want to show the views, we will show it later on, so like this. Okay, and I will change the icon to eye icon. Okay, so like this. So we'll copy one icon from the eye icon only, this one, it's eye only, so just type eye and save it. See, this eye is little scary. Let me bring different one, and icon shop, maybe we can try. Yeah, much better. And let's give some margin from the top. So here margin from the top for the view section, not this much. Perfect. Okay, now for this particular information view, I will add the background color to be colors dot white. Okay, and then for the main view I will change the border radius to be 10. Okay, and let's give some margin from the bottom like this, maybe we can give more like this. Okay, and border radius we added. Okay, I don't know why this radius is not applied to this one, maybe we need to apply to this particular borders. Let's say border bottom left radius to be 10. Yeah, and same thing, border bottom right radius to be 10. See, perfectly fine. You can add what is it, the border, actually border width to 1, and I will say border color with colors dot light gray and save it. So I added the border as well. Okay, perfect. I don't know why. Okay, maybe we need to give in here border radius to be 10. Okay, perfect. I don't know why it's not applied, but let me remove this one and save it. We not want. Okay, anyway, it's not affecting that much. Okay, and if you see, we able to show the list of border. Now let's go back and select dentist we got the two result. Select cardiologist, we get still two result. Okay, I'll need to use some margin to this one, so I will add style, and I will add margin top here because it's touching. If you see, right, it's touching to this hospital section, so I will add margin top to maybe 10 or 15. Okay, now right now we hard coded the value, if you remember, right? So let's go back to our hospital list screen, and if you see here, we'll hard coded with the dentist, right? Here we will replace it with the actual category name, and if you remember, we already have this category name. I will copy it and paste it here like this and save it. Okay, now let's go back, search for cardiologist, and if you see, we got only one result with the cardiologist. If you go to the neurologist, see, neurologist is showing. If you go to dentist, we got two result. Okay, and if you check, we got this beautiful effect, right? This loading effect, right? We can give some styling to that loading effect as well. Right now it's at the top, just give the margin top. Okay, so what I will do, let's go to this activity indicator, and you can apply style to this as well. So I apply style, I will say margin top to 50%. It need to be in quote actually when you are giving percentage. If I click, see, it's coming in the center. Okay, perfect. So I hope you understand this on how easily we implemented the list of hospital. And see, if I click it, we get this beautiful effect because of this touchable opacity. Okay, and after that, obviously we are gonna jump to the list or detail of the hospital where we can book the appointment. Okay, but before that, let's try to implement the doctors as well, doctor list. Okay, so in the Strapi backend, right, I already created this. I don't know why it's not showing, but I created the section called doctor, if you see right here, and this doctor I created, if you see, I have start time, patient experience, everything, and I attached to the category again the similar way I added for the hospital. Okay, to connect, so that you can fill the details, and then you can display it on the screen with the help of this similar kind of API endpoint you are going to use and show on the doctors. Let's give a try. Let's add a new card for the or a new doctor item for this one to display the list of doctor. Okay, so until this point, if you have any question, any doubt, let me know in the comment section. I hope you understand this particular section, and there we have very much a lot of things to learn ahead, because we also want to learn how to save the data once user make the appointment, and we need to pass it back to the Strapi. We will learn everything, guys. So keep watching this complete course, and if you did not subscribe to my channel, please do subscribe. Now if I want to click this doctors, right, I want to change the layout and everything, correct? So we need to add the condition inside this hospital doctors list screen. So first of all, on this hospital doctor tab, let's go here, and here we need to pass the value which one is selected. Okay, so if you see, right, we have already have this on press event. I will wrap this uh, inside the curly braces, so I can call two different method. Okay, so here I can call as well, that's active, I can say active tab, and I will pass the name as a first is hospital. Okay, and same I will copy it and paste it for the doctor, and here I will say doctor. Okay, now once a user click on this one, there is active tab, will set the value hospital and doctor depends on the selection, and here we need to pass back to the parent component. Okay, so here I will say active tab. Okay, so what we did, we defined this active tag here. Okay, and we pass the value, and this value will automatically accept inside this hospital list screen component. Okay, so here I will say active tab. Okay, so React is automatically taking care of where you are passing the value, and whether it's passing from child to component or component child, it will detect automatically. Now here I will say value, and let's console it, and we'll see whether we are getting correct value or not. Okay, now if I click on doctor, see doctor is coming. If I click hospital, the hospital is coming. See, okay, it means our logic is working fine. Now you just need to set this value. So I will use state to hold this value. So I will say active tab comma set active tab is equal to use state. Okay, and initially it will be a hospital, so I will add hospital because we need to provide a default value, right? Otherwise this we might get error. Okay, so maybe tab, and now instead of console log I will set active tab. Now we have the value in the active tab, right? Now here if you see, right, we have this condition. I will write the condition and I will say if the active tab, what we need, active tab is hospital, if active tab is equal to hospital, then show this hospital list big. Otherwise I will add sample text for now. I will say doctor list like this and close the tag. I don't think so we need a tag here. Okay, we can call it directly because we already wrap this in a curly braces, right? It's already conditional. So once the activity indicator is false and once we have the data, it will say if active tab is equal to hospital, then it will show the hospital list big. Otherwise it will show the doctor list. And if I save it now, let's go to doctor, and if you see, we got the doctor list. If we go to the hospital, we'll see the hospital list. Okay, perfect. Now guys, let's implement the doctor list. Okay, you just need to add the doctor list inside the Strapi backend, and then with the help of API, the similar API like hospital we did it, you have to implement for the doctor, create a new UI for the doctor list. And let me show you the example how you can display, okay, the list of doctors. And then once you show it, we are ready to go to the next section. And this is how we are going to design, right? You have the option directly, you have the option to make appointment from here only. And even though if you click on this user doctor, you will jump to the next page. So that kind of functionality we are doing. But make sure pause the video and make the UI like this. Okay, I already created this doctor section. Okay, and if I click on this doctor, see the doctor list is showing on the screen. Okay, so it depends on the category which user selected, and depends on that you will see the doctor list as well along with the hospital list. Now what we are gonna do, once we have this list of hospital, and once user click on any of this hospital, right, we are gonna show the details for the hospital. And this is how we are gonna design. Okay, the upper section until this point we are designed like this, and below we will keep it little simpler way. Okay, so first of all let me close all of this file, and here let's create a new screen. Okay, first, so inside the screen section we'll create a new screen, and we can call hospital, hospital details. Okay, .js, and I will add the default template like this. Okay, now obviously we need to add into this particular screen into the navigation. Okay, and if you remember, we are navigating from the home screen. This is the home screen, then we will navigate to this, then the list of hospital. We are still in the home screen. If you see the tab, right, we are still in the home screen only. So in the navigation section, right, we have this home navigation. Inside that we are gonna add a new stack screen. Okay, so here I will add a stack dot screen. This will be our new screen, and we can give the name like hospital detail like this. Okay, and the component we will add is hospital details component. Okay, which is our screen, and save it. Now go back to the list of the hospital, right, where we define the list of hospital, because there we want to add the on press event. So this is our hospital, right? And this is our each card, and here I will add the on press event. Okay, so on the press of this one, we want to navigate to our new screen. So for that one, we need to define the navigation, okay, with the help of use navigation hook. Okay, like this, and then we can navigate from here. So we'll say navigation dot navigate, and where you want to navigate. Okay, so let me bring this down, and we want to navigate to this particular screen, which is name is hospital details. So I will copy this and paste it here. Okay, like this, see, and save it. Now if I click, see, it's going to the new page called hospital details. Okay, perfect. But once we click any of these, right, we can send the existing data to the next screen. So we don't need a different or new API to fetch the particular hospital, right? So we can just pass here the item. Okay, so we can call it as a hospital, and we can pass the item, right? The item contains a single hospital information, and that information we are passing to this hospital detail page. Now let's go to this hospital detail page. Here we will accept it as a param is equal to use route. Okay, and this use route is importing from the React Native navigation, and this will help us to get the parameter, whatever the parameter we are getting from the previous route, right? And inside this parameter we got the list, the hospital information, right? To store this hospital information, I will put it in one state. So I will call it as a hospital comma set hospital is equal to use state. Okay, and inside the use effect I will use to save this hospital information. So set hospital, and from the param I have this param dot hospital. The reason I'm giving the hospital, because we set this value as a hospital, we pass the field name is a hospital, right? And that is the reason we can fetch it like this. Okay, and save it. Now we have the hospital information. Okay, now let's implement this particular screen. So first of all, we need the back button. Okay, and we already have the page header, so we'll add the page header here. Okay, and if you did not provide the title, that's fine, you can put it empty like this and save it. And if you see, we got the header as well. Okay, next we want to show the image of the hospital. So I will add one view, and inside that I will add the image. Okay, so here we gonna show the hospital image, okay, which we want to show it on the screen. So you can just add the source, and inside that we need to add URI, and here we need to provide the hospital dot attributes, if you remember, right? So attributes dot we have image dot we have it's small actually, then again data dot attribute dot URL. Okay, and after that we need to provide the style. So style, and we will give width 100%, and I will give height maybe 160, and save it. And if you see, we got the result. Okay, I will change this height to 180 like this, maybe 240. No, this is okay. Okay, now we want this button on the top of this particular image. So it's very easy. What you need to do, you can, let's try to apply the, you cannot apply because this is a component, right? But I'm just trying. So you cannot apply because we did not get any suggestion. So one thing you can do, you can wrap this in one view and make this view as a position to be absolute. Okay, so I added here like this. Okay, nothing gonna change, but here I will add the position to be absolute like this. Okay, then if you see it gone, you can give the Z index to be 10 like this, and then you can give margin to 20, maybe not 20 but 15. See, and it's come here. Okay, that's how we wanted. I will just change this height to 260. Okay, little bit bigger. Now we have this image as well. Now what we need to do, we need to add this particular section. Okay, so if you see, we need to add this particular section. Okay, so what I will do, I will create a different component to hold this all this information, right? So inside the hospital detail, okay, so what I will do, I will create a new component here, and we can call hospital detail. Okay, and inside that I will create a new file called hospital info.js, add the default template and save it. And here after this image I will add that particular template. So instead of template I will add the view, and then I will add the template called hospital detail, not detail, hospital info I want to say. Okay, like this, and save it. Okay, now if you see, we got the hospital information, right? If you see, right, there is some corner here, right? And that type of effect we want to achieve. So it's very easy. First of all, you can give the style. Okay, is equal to, and let's give some margin from the top, and here we will need to give margin in minus, so it will be at the top like this. Okay, then we need to change background color dot white and save it like this. Okay, so right now the height is not full. Okay, so that's fine, even though the because once we add the information it will fill the all these things. Okay, now here you can make border top left radius, and I will make it 20, and again border top right radius and make it 20. And if you see, that's kind of effect we are getting. Okay, also I will give some padding, so I will have padding of 20. Okay, and see, we got this pretty beautiful curve effect for our for this component. Okay, for this section. Now let's go back to the hospital info, and inside here we will add our other detail. So right now if you see, right, we don't have anything related to hospital info, right? So we need to pass the hospital information here. So I will say hospital is equal to hospital and save it, and here accept it as a prop, not hospital info. So we need to add hospital like this. Okay, and very first I need to add is hospital dot attributes dot name and save it. And if you see, we got the name of the hospital. Let's give some style. So style is equal to, and I will add the font size of 23, then font family app font semi bold. Okay, and save it. And if you see, we got the result. Now here you can add the condition, if the hospital information is there, then only show this particular section. Okay, because sometimes if I click, right, you see, if you see, we got the error. Okay, so this error because when you send the information to the route, right, it will take some time to fetch the data, right? So in the hospital details page as well, here you can add the condition, if hospital has some information, means if this hospital has some data, then only render this particular component. Okay, so if I go to the dentist, click on any of this, and if you see, now the error is gone. So let's go back to our hospital info component. Now we have the what is it, the name, right? Now we want to show the list of category, right? And if you remember, we already used this list of category here. Okay, so let me here, right? So I will copy it from there. So this is inside this hospital card item, and it is in the flat list, right? This particular flat list, I will copy this flat list, paste it here, make sure to import this flat list, and I think everything is as it is. Let's add the colors as well. and save it. If I go back, and if you see, we got this list of category as well. Okay, same thing we gonna do for the other for example, if you see here, right, where is our, so if you see, right, we have this location and the timer is little different, but we can add it. So we have a horizontal line, so that horizontal line I will copy from this particular vertical line along with this particular information. So I will copy this existing information. Now here is the thing, right, you can create the component to avoid this coding, that means duplicate coding, but the font and size is different. That's the reason I kept I will copying existing one, but you can create different component, okay, so that you can avoid the repetitive code. So here we need to add ioni icon import, so I will just copy this ioni icon import for the icon which we are going to use it here, okay, this one, and save it. And if you see, we got the information. Now here I will change little bit height and font. So for this address we need to add style is equal to, first of all I will add the font size to be 16. Let me bring this down actually. Okay, then I will add the font family, we can call it a font, and I will add the color. I will change the color, so color, the colors dot gray, and save it. If you see, they change immediately. Okay, then I will copy this view, right, let me format this view first and copy this view, paste it here, and here we don't have information, but I will say Monday, Sunday, some information like this, 11 a.m. to 8 p.m, like this, some information like this, right? But only thing that I'm gonna change this particular icon. So let's go back to our ioni icon expo. Here we can search for the clock, and let's find for the ioni icon. Let me filter it out, it's hard to find. Time, and here we have this time, replace this name to time and save it. Okay, perfect. Now let's give some margin from the top. So I will give margin from here, margin top to maybe 6, like this. Okay, perfect. Okay, now we have this information as well. Next, inside that, right, we have this list of action buttons. Okay, so if you see, we have this list of action button that we're gonna add next. And if you see, right, we can compare. If you want to see, okay, this particular text is little smaller, you can just change it. So I will change to 18, like this. Okay, and here as well I will going to change to 22, the size of the icon as well. Perfect, like this. Okay, okay, next we gonna add one horizontal line again. So I will use this existing view to add the horizontal line. Okay, and save it, and let's give margin from the bottom. Let's have margin from the more margin actually. I'm gonna give margin from top as well, like this. Okay, now let's add the action button. Okay, so for that one I'll create a new component inside hospital details. So I will add new file called action button.js, add the default template, and make sure to add this action button inside this hospital detail page, then action button, like this, and save it. Okay, so we have this action button, right? So what are we gonna do, are we gonna add the list, okay, the hard coded list, so that we can just iterate in our flat list. Here I already added this list of action button. I will give with ID the name the button where I want to give, and the icon which the we are going to use the INI icon. So this icon name I give here. Okay, so uh let's add the flat list first here. Okay, I will add the flat list, and also let me add the padding here. So I will start padding, or let's add margin, not padding, sorry. So add margin from the top. Okay, so I don't know why it's not showing, but that's fine. Let's give some more margin, and then let's add the flat list. So first of all, let's provide the data. So in this case is action button list. Then we want to render the item. So then to render the item, we have to do arrow function like this, and inside that I will add touchable opacity because we want the button clickable, right? So like this. Sorry. Okay. And now here, first of all, we'll add the view. Okay, and inside that we are gonna add the INI icon, right? So if you see, right, INI, let me copy the existing one. So this one, right? We will add this INI icon. Only thing we gonna change this with our custom icon. So item dot, and if you see, we have the icon. Okay, and let me change this to 23, and I'm gonna keep the color to colors dot primary. Okay, and save it. And if you see, okay, we got the error that IONI icon is not imported. Make sure to import this particular statement for the IONI icon and save it. Now let's go back, and if you see, we got this list of icon. Okay, now let me put this. Okay, now we need to add the text as well. So what I will do, I will add the text here, and here will be the item dot name, like this. See, okay. Now we want to apply some styling. So first of all, uh, let's add some styling to this view only. Okay, so I'll add the style. Let me bring that here, style, and here inside that I will add the background color to be colors dot secondary. Okay, then padding I will add to 13. Then border radius I will keep, I want rounded border, so I will keep maximum number like 99, and we'll make align item to be in the center and save it. And you see, it will look like this. Okay, now bring this in one line. So we can say horizontal, oh, sorry, horizontal to be true. See, and then we want to divide that in equally, right? So we want to show a 4 column, so we can provide the, sorry, the 5 column. So we are going to provide a 5 column. So save 5 column. Whenever you update the column, right, you need to restart your application, and that we already learned when we are implemented the category. So I will stop the server. Let me stop it. I don't know what's up on. Let me delete this. I will stop and start again. Okay, so one is started. Let me remove this from the background, and say okay, and open the application again. Okay, and then go to our the particular page. If you see, the num column does not support the horizontal. Okay, that, let me go back to our action button, and because we define the num of column, and it's saying don't provide the horizontal property, right? And if you see, it's already in horizontal. Now we want to equally divide that uh, horizontally, right? So we need to do the column wrapper style, right? And that we already did it in the category section. Here also we want to do it. Okay, so I will add flex one, and then justify content. Here we need to say space between and save it. And if you see, it's working perfectly fine. And see, I just added width because it will look like a circle. That's the reason you can update it according to your UI. Okay. And one more thing, if you see, right, our text is not in the center. So what you can do, you can mark it style, and here you can add align item to be in the center and save it. And if you see, the text is in the center. Let's apply styling to this text. So I will add the style and say font family app font, sorry, in quote, app font semi, and then margin top and fine, and save it. Perfect. Okay, so our action button list also ready. Okay, now we need to add the about section. Okay, so I will add that similar and go to the hospital info, and I need this horizontal line to use after action button. Okay, like this. I will add the margin top to be 15. Okay, and then I will add the about section. So I will use the page header which we have. Okay, not page header but subheading actually. Okay, and I will provide the title. Let me check what we have passing. Subheading title we are passing. So subheading title, and here I will give the name as a, what you can say, about. Okay, and make sure to import this subheading. We already imported. Save it, and if you see, we have got this about. Now after this I will add the text, and here we'll add the hospital about and save it. Not, we need to pass the attributes, and not the about, actually it has a description. Let me go back here on our localhost, content manager, hospital, and we have the description with the capital D, and save it. See, we got the information as well. Okay, good. So if you see, right, we can change the background to white, and right now if you see, the about has only one line, but I will add it later on. Okay, so let's go back to this our hospital detail page, where I can make uh, this particular screen background to be white. Okay, so before that I need to I need to add the scroll view. So I will add the scroll view here. Okay, so I will tell you why I added scroll view inside the view. Okay, and for this scroll view you can add the style is equal to, and then I can say background color with colors dot white. So I want provide white color. Okay, I don't know why it's not applied, or maybe let's try to give this style to this particular view. So MDCL is not valid icon name. Oh really? Let me check. Call we can say, and we MD call actually, not sale. It's a CALL. So inside this action button I added, I need to add as a call like this. Okay, perfect. And what else we remain? So let me go to the hospital list, hospital detail screen, and pretty much completed. I don't know why this white color is not applied. We'll check it soon. But until this point, if you have any question, any doubt, let me know in the comment section. Now we are remaining with the button which we need to add at the bottom of the screen. Okay, so that's the reason I added the scroll view for this particular section, and we need to add the button at the bottom with the help of position absolute. That we will do now. So here we have to make this flex to 1. Okay, and the background color to white, so it applicable through all screen. And also I added this button, okay, and this button has a touchable opacity, so it will be a clickable. And I added the uh, left, right, and the margin bottom to 10 jar index, and that's the reason it will be at the bottom of the screen and with this beautiful simple text. Okay, so it has a book button. If I go back and search for any other, right, you will see the book button, this action button, and the description and everything. Okay, so that's all for this hospital details page. Okay, I'm gonna add some about section text here, so it will be look completely. Right now it's looking empty, but once you have all the information, then it's very easy, right? Next, what we gonna do? Okay, um, we also implement, we are gonna also implement the doctor sections detail page. Okay, you can try on your own. The UI or design, UX design, I will put the link in the description, and also the source code of this um, particular section or particular application also available uh, in the description. The link is in the description. Okay, so go ahead and try for this doctor section. For the details page, you can access this UX designing anytime. And then we are gonna implement the book appointment section, which is very important part of this particular course. And we will learn how to add a different new and different components in the application. And once you that book the appointment, how we gonna send the information back to our Strapi backend. Okay, and we gonna save this information so that later on we can display it in our appointment section here. Okay, so guys, give a try for this doctor section, and let's see you in the next particular section. We gonna implement the book appointment section. Okay, so for that one, let's create a new screen. Okay, so inside the screen folder we'll create a new file, and we can call appointment, or we can say book appointment. Okay, book appointment .js. Okay, and add the default template. And if you know, right, we are still in home tab, right, and from that we navigate from the one page to another kind of thing. So obviously in for book appointment as well, we will add the navigation inside the home navigation tab. So here after this one, we will add the home navigation stack. So I will add stack dot screen, and the name of the screen is book appointment. Okay, so book appointment, and the component name, let me bring this down, and the component name should be, oh sorry, the book appointment. So book appointment. Okay, save. So we added the stack navigation for this book appointment. Okay, next let's go back to this particular button where we implemented, right? So we implemented in a hospital detail page inside this touchable opacity. Okay, so this is our book appointment button. So here we will add the on press event. So we'll add on press, and we want to implement the navigation, right? Just make sure that we need to import the navigation, um, use navigation hook. Okay, so I will add the navigation is equal to use navigation like this. Okay, now we have the navigation reference from the use navigation, which is imported from the React navigation, and this navigation reference we will use to navigate to the book appointment page and save it. And now if I click book appointment, see, it's navigate to this book appointment page. Okay, this is brand new page. Now once we navigate, right, we have to make sure that we'll pass the hospital data on this page. Okay, so obviously we can say hospital, and then we can pass the hospital information like this. Okay, this hospital information we already saved in this use state right before, so that hospital information we pass to this book appointment page. Now here you have to just accept that hospital information, so with the help of use route. So you have to implement use route dot params. Okay, and this will give the book appointment. Now what we will do, at the top section we'll show the hospital information like image, name and address. After that we will show the action buttons, which we already have the component, and then we will implement the actual booking section. Okay, so what I will do, I will create a new folder inside the component. Okay, and we can call book appointment. Okay, and inside that I will create a new uh, uh, page we can call hospital info, book appointment hospital info availability, appointment hospital info.js. Okay, and add the default template like this and save it, and here we will implement that one. Okay, so we'll say hospital. Let me check why it's not coming. Let's save everything and make sure we added. Okay, it's appointment hospital info, so the name is appointment hospital info. Okay, and save it, and if you see, it's showing hospital appointment info. Now let's give some styling to this one. So what I will do, I will add the padding of 20, so it will be look like this. Okay, and now let's go to this appointment hospital info. So first thing, we need to show the header and the back button. Okay, and we already have the component called page header. Okay, and for this one we need to pass the title. So title will be uh, appointment, book appointment, book appointment, like this. Okay, see, and it comes with a back button. If I click on back button, see, is going to this previous page. Okay, perfect. Next we need to implement the hospital info section. Okay, so on the left hand side we will show the image. Okay, so we have to make sure once we have this parameter, and inside that we have the hospital field contains the hospital information. That hospital information we need to pass to this hospital appointment hospital info component. So I will pass like this, param dot hospital. Okay, and save it. And now here we need to accept it as a prop, as a hospital. Now what I will do, I will add one view. Inside that I will add the image, source, the URI, and then hospital dot attributes dot image dot, again, data dot attributes dot URL, the long URL, right? Then the tag, and then let's apply some styling to this one. Okay, so here we're going to width of maybe 70 and height to be 70, and save it, and let's see how it looks. So if you see, right, it's showing little smaller. Like make the height and width to be 100, like this. Oops, 100. Okay, and I will make the corner to be rounded. So let's say border radius to be 99, so it will be rounded like this. Okay, also let's give some style, and we'll say margin top to 10, like this. Okay, next we will add one view. Okay, and inside that I will add the text, and I will say hospital dot attributes dot name, which will be the name of the hospital. And then we need to add the address. If you remember, we have the address component in the hospital detail page inside the hospital info. So I will copy the existing one, so which has an icon like this one. Okay, for a time being I am adding existing one, and make sure to import this color component. Oops, like this, and save it. And it's saying ionic icon does not exist, so make sure to add the ionic icon import statement, like this, and save it. Let's go back. and see we got the address as well. Okay, now for this text, the name of the hospital, we give some style, and we can add the font size first to 20, then font family, add font semi, we need to put in a quote, and then margin bottom to 8, and save it like this. Okay, now we need to bring this everything in the one row of the image. Okay, so we'll give some we can say here display as a flex, and then we can say um, column is flex direction, we can say to row, and gap, let's give gap of 15 maybe, and save it, and see it's coming in one line. Okay, now for this one, if you see, right, the our text is going out of screen, right? So sometimes you can give the width here, and you can just say 70% like this, and save it. See, and it will be in the one line. Also for this here, I will align item to be in the center, so vertically it will be aligned in the center like this. Okay, perfect. So this is how we can add the top section. Okay, now we want to add the horizontal line, and at many places we added this horizontal line. Okay, so what I will do, I will create a new component in the shared folder, and we can call horizontal line.js. Okay, and add the default template, and if you remember, we already have the code here for a horizontal line. Okay, so I will cut it from here and paste it here like this. Okay, make sure to add the color component. Oops, sorry. Okay, and what else? I think that's enough, and just add this horizontal line like this. Okay, same thing we need to implement for this appointment hospital info after this, not after this view. Okay, horizontal line, and save it. And let's see why it's not showing. Maybe it's too light or what. Just make sure that we will add it the correct place. So after this view, we will add this horizontal line. If you show, it's showing on the screen. So it's little light, but if I zoom it, right, it's showing this horizontal line. Okay, and save everything. Now after that, we need to add our action button. Okay, so let's go back to this book appointment, and here as well I can add this action button like this. Okay, and save it, and if you see, we added this action button as well. Okay, so that's what the reason we created the each component differently, so that we can reuse it, right, and you don't need to write the code again and again. Okay, and after this action button, if I want, I can add the horizontal line again like this and save it, and if you see, we added this horizontal line again. Okay, and it's so beautifully. Okay, next we need to add the booking section. So for that one, what I will do, I will create a new component inside our booking appointment folder, and here I will say booking section.js. Okay, and here add the default template React Native function, save this one, and then go back to the book appointment where we can add our booking section component like this. Okay, and save it, and here we started to write the section, and this is very interesting because it has some logic to display some option for the booking, right? It means we need to select the date, then we need to select the time, and depends on that we can book the appointment for the given user. Here we need to book add the UI like this. Okay, it has a book appointment section, and in that we have the day. Okay, so we will show this next 7 days information and the time. Okay, and some note for a custom message or something, and then we have the last button to make the appointment. Okay, so this kind of UI we are going to design. So let's go back to our application. Inside here, first of all, we have this booking section. I will change name to book appointment. Okay, and let's add some style. Here I will give width, sorry, not width, the font size, maybe 18. Okay, and I will change color, so let's add color from the colors dot gray and save it like this. Okay, next we have the section called day. Okay, and for that one I'm gonna use the subheading component, right? And inside that I will add subheading title and we can call day and save it. Now if you see, right, once we add this day, it has a see all the button, right? And that's what we don't want it, right? So what we can do, go to subheading, and here we will add a new prop and we can call see all, and initially the default value we can make it true. Okay, so whenever the value is true, then only we will show this see all button. So I will say see all is true, then only show, otherwise don't show this see all button. Okay, and from here now we can pass see all value as a false and save it, and if you see, the particular text is gone. Okay, also I will give margin top as well to 15 and save like this. Okay, maybe 10 is fine. Okay, and obviously it will reflect everywhere. For example, if you go here, right, if it will reflect everywhere. Okay, and that's the reason we added that particular margin and everything. Okay, so now we have this day here. Now like go back about booking section. Okay, now here first of all we need to get the list of next 7 days. Okay, and once we have the list of next 7 days, then we can display it on the UI with the help of flat list. Okay, so for that one I will create a new method called constant get days, and here we will write the code. Now for that one we need to add one library called moment.js, okay, which is one of the best library to convert any kind of text string into the specific format, into the dates or time. Okay, so very easy to install. Just copy this first dependency, and then oops, sorry, here inside the terminal create new terminal and paste it here like this. Okay, and within a few seconds the dependency will get installed. Now first of all what we will do, we will write a method called constant, not method, the constant called today, and we'll write moment. Okay, and obviously if you see, this moment is importing from the moment. Okay, and what it will return, it will return the current date. If you see the documentation, right, you can obviously add the format and everything, see. Okay, it has a lot of different example where you can refer. So we added the moment, so it will give the current date. Then we'll add one constant called next 7 days is equal to empty. Okay, now we need to fetch next 7 days information. So what I will do, I will run a for loop, set let I is equal to 0, I is less than 7, and I plus plus. Okay, and inside that first of all let's save date. So moment dot add, okay, comma days. So it will give me every time it will give a next day. Okay, depends on the date which I'm trying to fetch. Okay, then in next 7 days what I will do, I will push some information. So in order to push it, right, we need to get three information. First the date, so date will be a date dot add I and dates. Okay, then we need a day. Okay, so format, if you see the format is like October 4th October, something like that, right? So so day will be date dot format. So this date we are getting, right, because it's already in the format, and add, sorry, not add, it's ddd format. Okay, and then formatted, I will say formatted date, date dot format. So this will be a, for example, 4th of October, right, and like this. So mmm, okay. And how this will return like 4th October, something like this. Okay, that's the reason I kept here in simple way. And this will return like, for example, let me, it will return the Tuesday, okay, or Monday, something like this. Okay, the day which I have, and it has a date and the month. Okay, and once we have this data, we will save it. We need to store it um, in one constant. What I will do, so I will create constant, and we can say next 7 days comma set next 7 days is equal to use state, and initially is empty. Okay, and after this for loop we'll add this value called next 7 days. Okay, but before that let me oops, sorry, let me console this and let me show you how it looks. Okay, so next 7 days, we'll print it out and save it. Obviously it will not execute because we did not call this in use effect, right? We need to call this once the component is get load at very first time. So I will pass the empty array, and here I will call the get dates like this and save it. Now if I go to this console, and if you see, we have the date, then we have the day, and formatted date is 5th of October. Okay, and every time it will give me the next day, 5th after 7 9. I don't know why it give me, but let's see once we print it, right? Because it's gone next page something like that. But this is how we can get the all the information. Okay, so now we save this information as well. Now what we need to do, we need to iterate this, right? So that we use the flat list. So I will use the flat list. For this flat list we need to add the data first. So in this case our data is make sure is uncommented, this next 7 days. So I will add next 7 days. Then we need to render the item, and oh sorry, not like this, item, and inside this render item we need to add the touchable opacity. So I will add touchable opacity because this need to be clickable, right? Like this. And then once we have this touchable opacity, we'll add the text. So what I will do, I will add the text, and here I will say item dot first text I will give as a day, and save it. And if you see, we got Tuesday, Saturday, Monday, something like this, right? Next we'll add another text, and we can call the date. So it will be a date, or maybe a formatted date. Make sure you copy correctly. Okay, yeah, and save it. Now we have formatted date. Now we want it show horizontally, so I will add horizontal to be true, and it will look like this. Okay, now let's give some styling. So here we need to add style. Okay, so for this one, right, I will add the style externally in a style sheet. Okay, the reason I will tell you after some time, but here I will add the style sheet, and here we can call the day button. Okay, inside that I will add the border width of 1, and make sure to apply so that you can immediately check, right? So what we can do here, we can just say styles dot day button and save it. Now we have the border, okay, which is quite weird. Then we add the border radius to 99. Okay, then add padding of 5, and also add padding horizontal to 20, and let's see how it looks. Perfect. Okay, we'll add align item to be in the center. Okay, and margin right to be 10. Perfect. Okay, and border color I want to change to colors dot gray, like this. Perfect, it look beautiful. Now add some styling to this text. Okay, so what I'll do, I will add style, and here we can give day. So for day, the styling, I don't know how. Okay, so for styling, right, you can just say font size. Let me font size, and we'll check font. For a day, because it'll be smaller, right, we'll keep the small font size similar, but only change is we need to give its color is, I think, okay. Let's see the UI how it looks. Okay, so this is how it looks, right? The gray color is light gray, and then it has a dark black color. Okay, so what I will do, I will keep this as it is, but for this one I will use style. Okay, so here I will say font family to be f font semi. Okay, and we will increase the font size to 16. Okay, and we'll give the font family to this day as well, something like this. Okay, not semi, just to like this. Okay, now you see it's scrollable, and obviously it's showing horizontal scroll bar, so we'll remove the horizontal scroll bar, just saying show horizontal scroll indicator, and make it false. Okay, like this. Now once I click on this one, right, it should change the color. If you see this blue color background and everything, so what we can do, uh, we can say constant, we'll put one state, and we'll say selected date or day, or we can say date, and set selected date is equal to use state. Okay, like this. Now on the press of this particular day, I will save the value. Okay, so we'll say set selected date, but we will save this particular date value. Okay, so just say item dot date. Okay, perfect. Now if I click it, it will save in a state, but we need to make sure once we click it, right, we need to add some styling. Okay, and that will be a custom styling. So that's the reason I want to make sure that it will different from this particular style we define externally, right? It will not mix up with the custom styling or a conditional styling which we are going to apply. So now what we have to do, you have to wrap it in a square bracket like this, and then after the comma you have to write the condition. So condition is selected date is equal to item dot date, then you have to give the background color. So here you need to write in bracket like background color is colors dot primary. Okay, and otherwise I will give the null like this. And if I save it, if I click on this one, okay, see it changes immediately. Okay, now along with this we also need to change the text color. Okay, so obviously same condition, let me copy the same condition, and here we will apply. Okay, so in this case we need to wrap this in a square bracket, then comma, and then our condition. Okay, so in this case obviously we need to give only color, and it will need to be a white. If I click it, see it's showing the text as a white. Okay, now same condition we will apply for the formatted date. Okay, so wrap this in a square bracket, then give comma, and then our condition, obviously it's color and then white, and save it. As you see, we change this effect immediately. Okay, perfect. So this is how we easily implemented and it will show in the next 7 days. Okay, 5, 7, 9, 11. I don't know why it's showing after 1, but we will fix it in a moment, right? It's supposed to show 5, 6, 7, 8, right? So we will fix it, but I hope you understand this particular implementation, how beautifully we design it. Okay, so similar kind of way we are gonna design for the, if you see, right, we will design for the time as well. Okay, so let's try yourself how gonna add the logic for that one, how to get the list of time, and then we will gonna implement with the help of flat list. So here we are defining this two times, right? This moment and this date again we are adding, right? So that's the reason it's showing two times. So what I will do, I will remove this line of code and just add like this. Okay, and save it. Okay, now it's showing 5 6 7 8. See, okay, until the 12th means 7 days. And obviously if you want to get showing from next day, so it will, you can show like this. Okay, next we gonna show the time, right? So for first we need to get the list of time, right? So what I will do, it's very simple way, you can add your own logic, but for now I will keep it simple. So what I will do, first of all, let's define the one method called get time, and inside that I will define one constant and the called time list, the array, the list, okay, empty list. And here we will save this our all the time list. So what I will do, for I will add the for loop. Let's say I is equal to 8. Okay, from the morning 8 o'clock I will say it will start and until 12 o'clock. Okay, then I plus plus, and we'll say time sheet, oh sorry, time list dot push, and we need to push the time, and inside that I plus inside that 00 am. Okay, so what I will do, I is equal to 8 and it's showing 8 am. Okay, like this, and we the field name is time. Okay, after this we'll add another push and it will say 8:30. So here we can say just 30 am. Okay, so in first iteration what it will do, it will put 8 am 8:30 am. Next, if I is equal to 9 am 9:30 am. Okay, so after every half interval of time we are showing this time list. Okay, next after 12 we need to push, right? So after 12 what I will do, if I is less than equal to 1, okay, and is equal to less than equal to 6, and instead of am now we can make it pm. Okay, and if you want to console the result, you can say time list. Okay, let me remove this console first from the get dates and save it, save everything. Okay, make sure to call this get time method inside the use effect and save it. Okay, and now if I console it, and if you see, we got the time 8 8:30 am 10 11, see, up to until 6:30 p.m. Okay, see, this is how beautifully and easily we can just get this list of time. Now obviously we need to save in one state, so I will say time list, and here set time list, and instead of console, let's say replace this with the set time list. Perfect. Now like this only we need to iterate of the for the time. So I will use the existing flat list. Okay, and just think we need to do here, we need to provide the time list as a data time list, and touch it, this is okay. We'll replace this logic. Okay, so here we can, we'll change in moment, but instead of this particular text we don't need that one, we just need a time, right? And here we can change to time here as well as the time like this. Okay, so obviously for the logic, right, the selected date will say selected time like this. Okay, and the on press event for this flat list, this is second, right? Yeah. So here we'll say set, oh, I think I check selected time, sorry, selected, set selected time, set selected time, and here we'll check if selected time is equal to the time, then it will show the result. And if you, right now it's showing all the selected one, right? Because selected time we have to set selected time on press event, so it need to be item dot time, and here as well we need to show item dot time, and see, it's look beautiful. Okay, now obviously we need to give some styling, and obviously we also forgot the page header for this one. Okay, so title will be time, see all, we need to make it false, that's all, and save it. So time, oh sorry, it need to be a time like this. Okay, let's go back in our book appointment page. So it's saying false. Okay, the text is false. And see, it's showing. Okay, not page header, right? This need to be a subheading actually. Our mistake, my mistake, sorry. And save it. Perfect. Now obviously for this we need to use some padding and margin for this flat list. Okay, so what I will do, I will add the vertical padding. Okay, so we can say padding vertical to be 10 maybe. Let's see how it looks. Not for all actually, will not give here, we will give only to this after primary, not primary but comma, the padding vertical 10, maybe 16. Yeah, that's okay. Okay, and if I click on this one right now, it's not showing, it's showing differently because the background color is not applied here because we need to change to selected time. And if you see, if I select 6th October at 9 p.m, that's how it's get selected immediately. Okay, next thing we need to add the text input. Okay, so let me format this first so it will look little formatted way. Perfect. Now after this touchable opacity, right after this time, so this is our flat list, right? After this one we will add another subheading and we can call it note. Okay, like this. And here we'll add the input. So let me add text input. Okay, and this text input is importing from this it's not supposed to import from the React Native gesture. Let me control Z, and it's supposed to import from the React Native only. So let me copy, put it here. Okay, and if I save it, okay, state text input already declared, not here actually. And this one as well, we need to import inside this one, not from the React Native gesture, very important. Okay, and still everything's working. For note, if I click here something I don't know, okay, see the keyboard is showing. So for this text input we provide some properties. So first thing, we need to give the number of lines, how many number of lines you can accept. So number of lines I will give 3, and let's add some style so it will be visible on the screen. So I will add style. We'll see the background color to be colors dot light gray, and if I save it, see it's showing like this. Okay, let's give padding of 10. The border radius I will add to 10. Okay, and then we'll add the border color to be colors dot secondary, and then border width as well, border width to 1. If I save it, see it will look like this. Also you have to mark, we'll add the placeholder and we can say write no here and save it. Now if you see, right, our it's supposed to start at the top and not in the middle, right? So to fix that one, you have to write here okay, inside the style you have to write text align vertical, and we have to say top. And if you see, now it will start from the top. Okay, perfect. And at the last we need to add the button, and so that button we will add it from this we already have button, right, in the hospital info, not a hospital info, but in this hospital detail page. Okay, same button I will copy and I will paste it in the appointment the section, right, booking section. After this, write note like this and make sure everything is good here. I will change to make appointment and save it. See, the make appointment button is showing on the screen now. Okay, and right now this page is not scrollable, so to make it scrollable, you know it, right? We need to add uh, the scroll view, right? So here we can add scroll view like this and save it. And perfect, now it's scrollable, but right now you no need to scroll. But if you go below this particular screen, you can able to scroll it. Okay, so this is how easily we implement it, right? So user comes on this page, user select the date, user select the time. Obviously we have a lot of different slot. Okay, so you select the time and then write some notes, sample note. Okay, and then make appointment. And once the user make the appointment, right now we did not have method to make the appointment. Okay, then we need to save this information on the database along with the user's name and email, right, which we already have. So that implementation we'll do next, but I hope you understand this one, how to let me remove this particular on trace event, alias console.log trace. And once we save this information, we gonna show the booking inside our appointment section in appointment section tab. Okay, also we are going to implement one more tab called explore. Inside that we'll show all the hospital and doctors inside that. Okay, so guys, stay tuned. If you did not subscribe to my channel, please do subscribe. Lot of things we need to do, and we are very close to complete this application because we are pretty much complete the flow. And yeah, so see you in the next section. The UI is ready. Now what we will do, we will save this all the user selection, and on the button click we will save it and post it on our database. So for that one, let's create a new method. Okay, so here I will create a new method called constant book appointment. Okay, arrow function like this. Okay, and inside that we need to make sure, okay, it's arrow function. Okay, uh, we have to write in the per given format. For example, we can write constant data. Okay, and then we have to write data colon, and then we have to write all the fields whatever we want to send. Okay, so for that one I already created the at the Strapi I already created this content type, and it has a username, email, date, time, the hospital which is linked to, okay, for which hospital is we booked the appointment, and the notes. Okay, so uh, let's store one by one all these things. Okay, so first thing, uh, let's go back to our book appointment, oh sorry, in book section, and inside here we'll first store user name. Okay, then we want date. Okay, then time, then we want the email, what else we, okay, hospital, so it's hospitals. Okay, then note, and I think that's all right. Let's verify everything. So username, email, date, time, hospital, note. Okay, perfect. Okay, and now we have to store one by them. So whatever data we have, we will put it here. So in this case we have the selected date, then we have selected time. Okay, then for hospital, right, we need to bring the data of the hospital. Okay, so I will add the hospital props here, and we have to make sure we will pass this hospital information to this booking section. Okay, so copy this, all of this thing. Okay, and save it. Now we have the hospital information. We just need the id of the hospital, and which is getting from this just hospital.id. Okay, then for notes, we did not save the note yet. Okay, let's save the notes. So here we say notes, set notes. Okay, and in the note section, in the input, we have to write on change text. Okay, and you will say value. On the chain text we will set the notes like this. Okay, and save it. Now let's keep up, and here we'll start um, notes. So we'll say just notes like this. Okay, now we need to get the username and the email. Okay, so first we'll add some dummy email. Okay, guruji.com, and the username. So to get this username, right, we need to fetch it. If you remember, right, we designed the header section. Okay, so we designed the header section, and in that one we use the user's email, and for that one we use user hook from the Clerk Expo. Okay, so copy this particular hook. Okay, and paste it here. So paste it here. Okay, and with the help of this one we will get the username. So we'll just say user dot, and it will give the first name. Okay, so make sure to import this user hook. Okay, we need to add the import statement, and we'll add the user dot first name. Okay, for the email as well, what I will do, we'll get it from user dot email addresses dot, it's I don't know. Okay, primary email addresses dot email address. Okay, so it will give the primary email address, and save everything. Okay, now to make sure we'll just console the data. Okay, and once we console, we have to make sure we'll call this on the press of this make button, on the press of this make button. Okay, so here instead of console log I will add this book appointment like this. Okay, and now we will observe the console. So let's select this information. So I select Sunday, then I select the time and some sample note. Okay, and just say make appointment, and if you see we got all the data including user's email, the date, the username, and all of this detail we have now. Okay, now the next point is to store this information. Okay, so let's go back in our Strapi. Okay, and over here if you want to test, right, just inside the public role in public, you can make this all, select all and save it. Okay, and obviously if you are using API token, so in this case we are using API token, so I will make this permission on for this appointment. Okay, now if you don't know how to pass the data, right, just search for Strapi post API like this, and then you will find the documentation for it. Okay, go to this post section where we want to create the entry. Okay, so we have to add this post API. We have to call the post API, and then if you see, right, the format is in the curly braces we have the data, and then we have to pass all the field information. Okay, now we have to use relationship when we are connecting one content to the other. Okay, so in this case okay, so here in this case in appointment, right, we connected the hospitals, right, the hospital content, and that time we need to add the number of the hospital here. Okay, you will get to know. So let's go back to our global API, and we will add the endpoint. Okay, so here I will add constant create appointment, and here I will pass the data. Okay, then Axios instant dot post, so in this case we have to add the post. Okay, very important. Then in curly braces let's get the API endpoint. Okay, so settings, API token, and for the appointment, if you see we want to create the appointment, right, so we have to call the post API, if you see here. Okay, and then add this API endpoint. We already defined the API, so no need to add appointments. And after that we have to pass the data which you want to save it, and make sure to export this create appointment endpoint and save it. Now let's go to booking section, and over here in our book appointment I will call this method global API dot create appointment, pass this data dot then we'll get the response once we created this information. So I will just write the response and let me remove this console and then save it. Now if I select some information, says Friday, if I select this 9:30 sample node, nothing, something like this, okay, and then if I click make appointment, okay, and if you see we got some data, okay, we're not sure whether it's saved or not, but let's go back to our Strapi to confirm whether it's saved or not. Okay, so I don't know why it's not showing appointment, content manager, and if you see that's the old one. So if you see right in the appointment we got the information, it's showing the username, the email, the date, and let's see what else we have, right? Then we have the time as well, the date as well, and if you see for the hospital is directly connect to the hospital which we have already in our database. Okay, so you don't need to do anything. Also we have the note here, okay, and all the information is get saved. Perfect. Okay, now if you see the username is not complete, no worry, you can just change that one. Okay, so here instead of first name you can just say full name and it will save it. Okay, perfect guys. So I hope you understand this one, how we save this appointment in our database very easily, right? Now what you can do, you can try this on yourself, okay, and you if you want the tutorial of this particular section, you can just join my channel. Okay, so I'm gonna do, once we make the appointment, right, I will make this button disable. Also I will show the loading, okay, once the data is getting stored in database, and once it's load, obviously you will see the toast message that the appointment is booked. Okay, so this perfect loading effect and everything I'm gonna show you if you join my channel, and that's only for the members. Okay, so obviously the code you can access it, and if you want a tutorial you can join me my channel. If I try to book a appointment, right, if I select this information, add the sample node, and once I make appointment, you will see this loading effect, and then you will see this toast message that is saying appointment booked successfully. Okay, so this is how simple it is. Next what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna add one more option here. It will say explore, which will show all the hospital list and doctor list, and it will connect to this our workflow. Okay, then in the appointment section I'm gonna show the users booked appointment. Okay, here it will show all the appointment which is user already booked. Okay, so let's stay tuned and let's see you in the next section. New tab. Okay, so for that one let's go to this tab navigation, and inside that I will add a new tab. Okay, I will copy this existing one and I will add it after the home. Okay, like this. Here I will change name to, we can say, explore. Okay, and let's attach the different component, right? So we have to add a new screen actually here, so we'll add a new screen called explores.js and add the default template like this and save it, and then add this as our component, so explores like this. Then we need to add a font, so I will add this font awesome. I don't know, font awesome, it's awesome 5 actually, so better I will use this one. Okay, the simple search. So but we need to use ioni icon, so I will copy this ioni icon statement and here like this, and it's saying search and save it. Okay, and if you see we got this another option. Okay, now let's go to the explore.js, and what we're gonna do, the UI will be like it will look like this. Okay, so it has a hospital and doctors as well. So first let's add some data. So first thing I need to add the text, and here I will add the header. Okay, so we'll say explore. Okay, oh, I don't need to provide this one and save it, and if you see the explore is showing. Okay, let's give some styling to this one, so I will add style, a font size of 20, then add a font family, a font semi, save it. We'll make font to 26 maybe. Yeah, that's much better. Okay, and we have this explore option text as well. Next we need to add the tab. Okay, so if you remember, we have the doctors, I don't know what it's called, let's find that out. Okay, so we have that in hospital doctor list, right? We have this hospital doctor tab. I will copy this hospital doctor tab and paste it here like this. Okay, and make sure to import this statement, and obviously I need to add this state as well. Okay, so similar kind of implementation which we did in the hospital doctor list screen, we gonna add. So okay, we want this list, then I will copy this. We don't want parameter, so I will remove it. Okay, I will remove this particular one. Make sure to import the use state like this. Okay, and save it. And okay, so we got one error. So this issue is happening because in the hospital doctor tab, right, we added this touchable opacity, but we added from this incorrect import statement, right? So we have to remove this one and make sure we have to import it from the React Native. Okay, so I will add touchable opacity here like this and save it. And let's go back to our explore tab and see, now the error is gone. Okay, perfect. Next we need to add the list of all the hospitals, right? So for that one, we already have the hospital, oh sorry, this particular section, right? I will copy this one and paste it here under this doctor tab. Okay, so that's the reason you don't need to do anything, right? Because we already created the different component, and that component we can use it whenever we want. Okay, so I will add all of these things. Okay, and now what we need to do, we have to make sure that we will get the hospital list and the doctor list, right? So this is the particular code for that one. I will copy this with use effect. Okay, and I will paste it here and make sure to add import this global API. And here we don't have the actual we don't have any category name here, right? Because we want to show all these hospitals and doctors, right? So let's go back here and let's create a new endpoint. Okay, so we'll say constant get all hospital. Okay, and this will give you the all the hospital list. Okay, so I will just copy this one, paste it here. Oops, sorry, and don't pass anything, so I will not pass anything, and just question mark populate is equal to star. Okay, and make sure to export it. Same thing we will do it for our doctor. So I will add doctors by category and we'll rename it to get all doctors. No category we need to provide. Okay, and then remove this all of these things. Perfect, and save it. Obviously we need to export this one, get all doctors in this case, and inside the import we need to change this get all hospital, get all doctors. Oops, sorry, all doctors. Okay, I will rename this name so it will not confuse you guys. Get all doctors and save it. Okay, so it's saying use effect is not imported, and import the use effect and save it. And let's go back to our explore section. So it's saying colors is not imported. Let's import color. So this particular color, right, we miss it. And if you see, we got the list of hospitals, we have the list of doctors as well. Okay, now if I click on any of these, right, if I click this one, see, it's going to the detail, right? Even though we did not implement for the Explorer, because we are using the existing component which is already attached to the workflow. Okay, now let's, if I click book appointment, select the dates, add sample note, and if I click make appointment, it will make the appointment, see the appointment booked successfully. Okay, so it show a complete workflow for us. Okay, and that's how we can import it. Now what you can do, you can try for this particular um, hospitals. Okay, quite easy. So first thing, let's go to the home page where we imported this particular what is it, the hospital list, right? And inside that we have this premium hospital. Go to the premium hospital, and on this one we need to add the touchable opacity so that this item is clickable, and then we can navigate to the next page. So very easy. First thing, we need to import the navigation. So constant navigation is equal to use navigation. Okay, and it need to be navigation. And then for this one, let's wrap this in touchable opacity like this. Control C, and obviously make sure that touchable opacity is not importing from this particular one. Okay, sometimes it's imported from the gesture handler, which we don't want it. And now let's add the on press event. Okay, so this on press will be like navigation dot navigate, and we need to navigate to the next page. Okay, so this page is I don't know what. Okay, the detail page, right? So let's go and check the navigation name for that one. So in home navigation, right, we have, and it's saying hospital detail page. So copy this one and add it here. Okay, and along with that we are passing the hospital information, right? So just say hospital is equal to item, it need to be colon. Okay, and save it. Now if I click this one, see it's showing the detail, the book appointment. Okay, let's go inside this another hospital and see it's showing. Okay, so this is how easily we can do it. Okay, perfect. So until this point, if you have any question in for this particular section, let me know in the comment section. And guys, if you did not subscribe to my channel, please do subscribe, and please join my channel for a new only member content as well. Okay, so see you in the next section. Now let's implement the appointment tab where we will fetch the user booked appointment. Okay, so first of all, let's go to the screen section. Okay, and make sure that we have this appointment.js screen. Okay, inside here we'll add the page header. Okay, so we'll add the page header like this, and here we'll write the title, and we can say just we can say my appointments, and save it. Okay, and if I go to the appointment section, you will see my appointment is showing. Okay, now add the style, and here I will add the padding of 20. Okay, now it's showing back button for the tab, so we can add the back button is equal to false, and we will implement in the side page header. Okay, the back button, so we'll add back button is equal to true by default, and it will only show. So for that one we can add condition, if back button is enabled. Okay, if back button is true, then show this particular touchable opacity. Okay, otherwise don't show anything. And if I save it, let's save here as well, and if you see, only my appointment is showing now. Next, we need to fetch the list of users appointment. Okay, so let's go here and inside the global API. So let's go to this global API. Okay, and here we will add, I will copy the existing endpoint. Okay, it's easy to me to edit, and here instead of this I will say get user appointments. Okay, here I will pass the user email ID. Okay, then here I will need to pass the appointments endpoint, and instead of this one, right, filter, we'll say appointment, we don't need this one, we'll just say email equal, and then we need to pass the email, that's all. Okay, and then we will populate the all the information. Okay, and make sure to export this get user appointments so that we can use it anywhere. Okay, and this is the endpoint. Okay, this is the result which we get. We also getting the hospital information which we require. Okay, because this is connected to the hospital's information. Okay, perfect. Now let's go back to our application, and inside here I will add one method called get users appointments, and then we'll call it here. So global API, oops, we need to do arrow function here. So global API dot get all user appointments, and here we need to pass the email ID. Okay, so we'll search as we'll for now we'll hold it, and then response, and we'll console the response. Okay, now in order to get this email address, right, if you remember we have the one hook, okay, user from the clerk. So that particular user hook we are going to use here. Okay, so let me close this one and paste it here. Make sure to import this user hook from the Clerk Expo. Okay, and from this one we can pass user dot, we need to send primary address dot email address. Okay, perfect. And we need to call this in a use effect. Okay, so we will call this use effect whenever we have the users information. Okay, so I will pass the user, and here I will say if user dot maybe we can say, for example, first name. If user has a first name, then you can call this get user in appointment data. Okay, and save it, and let's see whether we got the data. I don't know whether we are in appointment, right? And let's save it. So right now I don't know whether we are getting, yeah, we are getting some data, but it's saying status text undefined. Anyway, we will check in a moment. Okay, once we start implementing. Right now it looks like we are not getting any data. Okay, so obviously we miss here. We need to add this dot data, and then we got this result. Okay, perfect. Now we need to store this in a one state. So let's define one state called constant appointment list comma set appointment list is equal to use state. Okay, and it will be empty initially. Now instead of console log, add the set appointment list, and inside that we will add this data. Okay, perfect. Now we need to show the list of appointments here. So what we can do, we can add the flat list. Okay, and for flat list provide the data. So this will be our data, and inside that we need to pass appointment list. Then we have to render the item. So we'll say item, and inside that we need to add the we need to render the one particular component, right? So we'll create a component so that it will render. Okay, so inside the component we'll create a new folder called appointment, and inside that I'll create a new folder, and we can say, for example, appointment card item.js. Okay, add the default template and save it, and let's go here. Let me close this, and we will render this appointment card item and save it. And if you see, we got the 4 card because we have the 4 listing in our appointments. Okay, now we have to pass the appointment information. So we pass the appointment is equal to, and pass the item, and this appointment we need to get it as a props inside this component. Okay, like this. Next, let's add some styling to this one. I will add some padding of 10. Then I will add the border width of 1. Then border color, I will add the colors dot light gray. Then I will add the border radius as well to 10 and save it. And this is how it looks. Then for this text, instead of this one, I need to add the date. Okay, so obviously we need to format the date, but we will format in a moment. But for now, I will add the appointment dot attributes dot date. Okay, and if I save it, you will see the date. Okay, don't worry, we are gonna format this date. Okay, then we need to add the time. Okay, so I will add the time here. So appointment dot attributes dot time, and save it, and we have the time as well. Okay, now let's say apply some styling to this one, style, and here I will add the font size of maybe 18, then font family, the app font same, and save it. Okay, let's do F. Perfect. We will add, make it 16. Okay, then after that we need to add the, we will add one view to, on the left hand side we will show the hospital's image. Okay, so let's add the image, then source, inside that we have URI, and here we'll pass the appointment dot attributes dot, and if you see the path, because we want to show the image, right? And if you see, you will not see the image for now, right? Because in the hospital is nested inside in the image, right? So it's little bit complicated to fetch, but don't worry, I'm gonna show you that one. But okay, but for now let's take a dummy image. Okay, so I will go to the doctor image, and let's see one dummy image. Okay, so I will copy image address, and instead of this one, let's put our dummy image URL. Okay, like this, and then let's close this one and add styling. So style, I will add the height of maybe 90, then width, I will add 90, and this one I will add 105, and save it. Okay, and this is image is showing. Also let's add the border radius to be 10, and save it. Oops, comma, save. Add the width, we will add 90, and this will 100 maybe. Okay, perfect. Here after this one, after this before this view, I will add the horizontal line like this. Okay, and for this one I will give some margin from the top. Perfect. Okay, now we need to give the name of the hospital. Okay, so we'll add one view, and inside here I will give the hospital name. So we'll say appointments dot attributes dot hospital dot, and if you see the path, right, let's go here, and if you see, we have the hospital, inside that we have data, and then we have to fetch the first element, right? So hospitals dot data, the first element, dot attributes, and then we have to show the name. Okay, and save it. And if you see, okay, we got the one error, so it need to be attributes, and let's go back to appointment section again, and if you see, we got the name of the hospital as well. Okay, and then we have the address. Okay, but before that, let me give some styling to this one. So I will say font size to be 16, then font family, font semi, and save it. Okay, perfect. Now for the location, if you remember, right, for the doctor I added the location. So what we will do, let me show you that particular inside doctor, right? I don't think so we added, but this particular address we will take it. Okay, so that is inside shared, I think, inside the hospital card item, and this particular icon I will take it. Okay, so location one, this one. Okay, because for a time being I will use the existing code, and I'll paste it here like this. Okay, and obviously we need to import the IONI icon, So I will import the icon here and save it. Okay. So it's saying hospital does not exist because it's an appointment. So until this point we are fetching. Okay, all these things we need to put it here. Okay, and save it. Let's go back to appointment section, and if you see, now we have the address as well. Okay, same thing we are we'll copy and we'll show the booking ID. Okay, so here we just need to add the text booking ID, and here we want to show the attributes, not attribute but appointment ID only. Okay, so just ID and save it. So we have got one error, and we need to add this view here. Okay, maybe I don't know what's the issue. So this view has this view. Let me undo it. So I will just copy this view, and then I will change this to booking ID, and we just need the ID here. Okay, perfect, like this. Okay, I will put the hash. It look good. Okay, now we need to bring this in the right hand side. Okay, and also I want to change the font style of this one. So style is equal to font family as well. I will do app font. Okay, and same thing I'm going to implement for this booking ID as well, like this. Okay, and we'll change this icon. So let's find some good icon actually. So what I will do, I will just notepad maybe, or let's say I don't know what should I search for. Appointment, no, and I will use this one. So just copy this document text and I will paste it instead of location. Perfect, like this. Okay, now for this view, right, we need to add style. Oh sorry, we already have style. Display, so sorry, not this one actually, we need to add for this view. So style, here we need to say display to be flex, then we need to add a flex direction to be row, and we'll add gap of 10 and save it, and this is how it looks. Okay, also we will make align item to be in the center and save it. Okay, for this particular text I will also add the text, sorry, the colors dot gray, like this, and save it. Okay, and same I will copy for this text as well. Okay, and we'll give some margin from the top, say 5, and same thing I will add it for this way. Perfect. Okay, and now we need to format this particular date. Now let's go to this moment, right, and here we have this particular format, right, where we need to pass our date and it will format in our given format. Okay, so what we'll do, let's go in our date section. Okay, and let's add inside curly braces, right, we will add the moment. Okay, and inside moment we need to pass the date which we need to format. Okay, sorry, and this date we need to format, right, then we have to write format and in which format we want to do it, right, so it will be in the string, and here we need to pass this format, right, so I will copy this one and paste it here like this. Okay, and save it, and if you see, the date is changed and formatted. Right now, if you want to pass only the short form of the month, you'll get the short form. Okay, the date and everything. Okay, so this is how easily we can uh, add this. Okay, or we can format this particular year, date. So let's use background color to color dot white, so it will look like this. And okay, obviously we need to give margin, let's say bottom, maybe top is better. Perfect, like this. Okay, now we have appointment information and everything, right? But if you see, uh, it's scrollable right now, but if you don't want this vertical scroll bar, you can anytime you can remove it. So let's go to our appointment screen. Okay, where we have the flat list, and here we can remove. If you remember, right, we, even though we did not use the scroll view, still it's scrolling because it is inside the flat list. Okay, so here you can say show vertical scroll indicator and make it false and save it. And if you see now, we don't have any more those scrolling indicator. Okay, perfect. So we have this home section, we have this explore where we can explore the things, we have the appointment section, we have users appointment will be displayed here. Okay, so guys, until this point, if you have any question, any doubt, let me know in the comment section. I'm happy to help you. And guys, that's all this particular course. If you want to explore more in this particular application, you need to join the membership, okay, of my channel, where you will get a exclusive member only video for this particular course. Okay, inside that we gonna display the list of all the category in the model. Okay, we will learn how to implement model for Android and iOS device as well. Then we can give the option to delete the appointment or edit the appointment. Okay, then we will also implement this profile section where user can see settings, update the settings. User can log out from here and log in with the new account. Okay, and we can also add the search functionality and lot of things we gonna add in this particular application. But you need to join the membership of this channel so that you can explore the member only content. Okay, but for now guys, that's all for this particular course. I hope you enjoy this course, and this is the one of the biggest course of my channel, and I also enjoy to teach you guys. And if you are looking something different or something, if you have any idea which you want to build, let me know in the comment section, or you can DM me on my Instagram channel, the at the tube guruji. Okay, so guys, we'll see you in the next course. Until then, see you guys, bye bye, and subscribe to my channel.